All right. Good evening, everybody. I am extremely excited to be sharing this game with you tonight. So, for those of you, I kind of need to acknowledge we've got a few days before this game is coming out, and so some of you are going to be really eager to see what's going on. In particular, I'm sure there's a few of you who will watch on YouTube, and these introductions are always a little bit of a slog because you guys just want to see the game. But one, I would like a chance to, I'd like to give people a chance to come in. And because I am so excited to talk about this game, I would like to talk about why. And I'd like to maybe explain a little bit of my history with games like this. I want to talk about why I think it's a really exciting project. And a little bit about my connection with it. So some of you may have heard of this game in a past life. It was known as 10 Crowns, and this was a game that was going to be published by Starbreeze originally. And for those of you who follow gaming news, you will know that Starbreeze, to put it mildly, has undergone some changes. I don't know if it was the future of the project was very much in doubt, but definitely it kind of went dark for a little while. And it was revealed that Mohawk Games had sort of resecured the rights for the title, but this raises a bunch of questions. Obviously, if you need to buy back those rights, if there was originally a source of financing and that company is now gone, maybe not gone under, but has certainly restructured in a very substantial way, there are absolutely no guarantees that no matter how good the people making the game, or no matter how, sorry, I'm just going to take the volume down a little bit, no matter how well-meaning it is, there's absolutely never a guarantee that something that we're excited about will be released. Now, I don't know all of the details about this, but it seems that one of the things that helped smooth over that transition was a deal with Epic. So when this game is released in early access on May the 5th, this will be an Epic exclusive. But maybe it would be better to ask whether it's called 10 Crowns or whether it is called Old World. What is it and why am I excited? Mohawk Games was founded by Soren Johnson. Some of you may recognize that name. One of the most recent things that I know him for is Off-World Trading Company, which was excellent, and I've played it on stream. I actually kind of wish I played it more, but one very unfortunate side effect of it is that it definitely has a very active and interested player group, but I did tend to notice that there was a lot of criticism about the way I was playing the game, and people really did not seem to want to just let me play. And so it's a shame because it's a game I really want to share a lot, but it was definitely one of these cases where I think people's enthusiasm made it much more difficult to share that game in a way that let me keep my enthusiasm up. But if you have not yet tried it, I strongly recommend that you check out Off-World Trading Company. It's really unique, and it's a really wonderful game. But what you'll probably maybe know this name a little bit better for is Civilization 4. In fact, I was also did AI work, along with, I think, some design work on Civilization 3. And then I also believe he was designer on the sort of strategy elements for Spore. So certainly a very talented and well-known designer. And another thing that's been really exciting about this game for me is that one of the things I really like about Soren Johnson, just as somebody who sort of follows games quite a bit, he's got a wonderful podcast called Designer Notes. And what's been really encouraging has been to see, my apologies if I get this wrong, but I believe it's his wife, Layla Johnson, has been on the last few episodes of the Designer Notes podcast, and it's been really interesting to sort of hear the added perspective that comes from both the combination of Soren Johnson and Layla Johnson. Layla Johnson is, I believe, president at Mohawk, is a writer and designer on this game as well. The tweet that went out, I said the game is ably hyped by her, and I mean that because there's a lot of sort of description about the different figures that you'll be playing in this game. We're going to talk about that a bit later. But I also sort of worry a little bit that she's not getting quite the same credit. It's easy to sort of say, yes, designer, Soren Johnson, the genius behind all of your favorite 4X games. But Layla Johnson has been doing a really good job of sort of putting out these tweets, giving some context for the game. And when I talk a little bit about my background with 4X games like this and sort of what they've meant to me in my own life, as well as sort of my own gaming history, I'll try and do a little more justice to the role that she's been playing in this, because I think there's a really exciting part about a game like this coming out, and particularly somebody, a company like Mohawk approaching it and sort of viewing this very well-known genre with new eyes. Maybe now's the time to talk about that. Some of my earliest gaming memories is Civilization, and I remember really specifically my first encounter with Civilization, where my parents were a bit older, and so when they would go to family, friends' houses, their children would usually be either completely uninterested in playing with like little kids, or they'd all just not be in the house or whatever. But because I like computers, I was certainly never short of things to do. And so usually there'd be a computer down there. And one of them, pretty much everybody knows kids like games. So they sat me down, I looked for the games folder, and Civilization was there. And I could not make heads or tails of it, but it was really captivating. And I think my parents were very happy to see that there was a game that, I was, that seemed a little more educational than some of the other things that I could potentially be playing. And so they wound up buying a copy for our own computer. And one very funny thing about Civilization games has been, not necessarily intentionally, but with each new one that gets released, it's usually meant an unintentional all-nighter for me. I start playing, and then inevitably the sun's coming up, and I realize I've been trapped again. But one of the really key things about Civilization to me was that there's only so many times that you can build a hoplite and not wonder what that is. Civilization, especially some of the earlier ones, had this wonderful feature of the Civilopedia, where you would be learning the stats of the different units, but you'd also be learning the history by them. And so, Civilization is not a substitute for study. In the end, you have to be interested enough and willing to put some time into studying the things that you are interested in. But what was really key for me was that Civilization wound up being sort of this little bit of a doorway through which I could, suddenly see why these things were interesting, and I wanted to know more. And everything from, the fact that they have sort of a balance between men and women rulers. I'm learning about more female rulers other than Elizabeth or Victoria. These are little things that really sort of wound up building over time. And so really, I do think that Civilization can take credit for sort of promoting an interest in history. And on top of that, Civilization, sort of its spiritual successor, Alpha Centauri, one of the earlier projects by Firaxis, that clearly was the game that got me interested in philosophy. So many of the quotes from it were things that ultimately inspired me to go and seek out those books that they came from and to read them on my own account. And little known to me, it was actually my first exposure to the film Baraka, which some of you may know that I did work in camera for a while. So that's obviously a very well photographed. Ron Fricke is an incredibly talented cinematographer. And so there's all of these moments, all paths seem to keep coming back to Civilization for me. Now that's all well and good, but this is old world. This is not Civilization, so why am I spending the time talking about this? As I mentioned, to me this game is a lot more than just being excited about a new 4X game that is coming out. But it's also been sort of the news and the events surrounding it. I talked a little bit about Soren and Layla Johnson and their work on designer notes and the tweets and whatnot that they do. Soren Johnson does have a blog called Designer Notes as well, And in fact, Layla Johnson's also done some blogging. There's a very sad story about her background in, I believe it was the State Department, which was unfortunate to read, although I'm certainly glad that that's translated into those talents being put towards, something really positive like this. Which is easy for me to say as the beneficiary of the hard work at Mohawk Games. That maybe should be as flippant as that. But what's also been really interesting is that designer notes, I can remember an interview with Heinrich Farias of Paradox, and I can remember a few other ideas. For instance, there's a GDC talk that Soren Johnson gave, about sort of the foundations of certain genres, and asking the question, what's really essential to these genres? What are things that we're doing because it's always been done? There's a really funny example of creeps in Dota 2, and I've played more Dota 2 than I've played things like League of Legends, but I have to agree with the point that's made about it. And what's so interesting now is, now that I've been playing 10 Crown / Old World, it's interesting to see all of these threads come together. I don't know when the ideas for this first came in, but one of the things that I can say is that Old World does have this really interesting approach of combining some of the things that are interesting about games like Crusader Kings, and it's definitely a 4X style game. People who are comfortable with those styles of game will likely be very comfortable with this. But it's so exciting to see someone who, probably a large part of the reputation of Mohawk's talent has, been associated with 4X games, and so it's really exciting to see them come to the genre and look at it with fresh eyes. So, with that rather bumpy introduction in mind, here's how we're going to approach this. Again, this game will be coming out on May the 5th in early access. So, in fact, I don't want to be too mercenary about this, but I do have an affiliate link. So if you guys pre-order it, or when it comes out, I will mention that Epic has boosted the revenue share for content creators. So if you happen to use that link, I'd be very grateful. But obviously there is no pressure or expectation for that. It's something that it does help me out, and in fact it helps me out more than it normally would. And it definitely, if you buy the game, it definitely helps Mohawk to continue making cool games like this. But I wanted to get that out of the way at the start. I'll probably mention it a couple more times through the cast, but let's get started. So we start with leaders, and these are generally founders of houses. There's actually some really cool choices inside here. So let's go starting with a leader. I have a couple of ideas. I'll talk a little bit about how I'm going to approach this sort of first run. My general idea here is to do, because there was somebody who came in and said, could you do Civilization 6? I find it really hard to get into that game. So what I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to take the game as it is right now, which obviously is an early version of the game. It's not going to be the finished thing. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it from the start in a simple version, and we're going to follow the tutorial, and we're going to figure out some ways how you can approach a game like this. If you think the stuff like this looks interesting, but you're always like, it looks interesting, but it's too hard for me to understand, we're going to try and take it a bit slow. Obviously, this is going to be a little disappointing because usually the easy versions, sometimes you don't necessarily feel that you're going up against great challenges, but that's fine because we can always increase the difficulty a little bit later. So, we've got a few leaders here. We've got, I'm really bad at these pronunciations, by the way. I believe it's Ashburnipal from Assyria. So there are two truths about life that many find hard to accept. A ruler can avoid neither if they desire success. Life is cruel. From the first breath till the last, ours is a striving against death. Without blood and pain, there is nothing. Life is also beautiful. If it weren't, what would we be striving towards? The first truth we can hide from ourselves, for acknowledging the cruelty of life can lead to a life of fear. The second truth we hide from others, lest we reveal to our enemies our weakness, and in so doing we make ourselves vulnerable to their will. I am Ashurbanipal, and even though I was not raised to be a king, life's cruelty provided me a different fate. You will help me ensure that our world has a chance to be one of beauty as well. Next up we got Nebuchadnezzar. son of a Mesopotamian king and a husband to Amytas of Medea, and forever a worshipper of the god Marduk. In the name of my father, I elevated my city Babylon to be the jewel of the region. I am trained in military tactics, conquered kingdoms, and crushed rebellions. I built the Hanging Gardens for my wife so that she can feel closer to the hills of Persia, and the Ishtar Gate to honor Marduk. I connected them both with the processing way, and all visitors were bewildered by the beauty of my empire. Under my rule, women had equal rights as men did. We created intellectuals, institutes, and temples, and my focus was on art, culture, science, mathematics, and craftsmanship. In a decade, I turned Babylon into a city of light. I am Nebuchadnezzar. We've got Dido of Carthage. I am a Phoenician princess who fled her home in Tyre, carrying the name Lyssa. Escaping my brother Pygmalion, who murdered my beloved husband Acerbus, a priest of Hercules, I arrived in North Africa. With my husband's riches, I bargained with the Berber king, Iarbas, who wanted to marry me. He mockingly promised me all the land that I could cover with the skin of a dead ox. I cut the skin into the thinnest pieces, and along with my Tyrian settlers, laid out the borders of my beloved city. I am ready to become Dido the Wanderer, queen of Carthage, goddess to my people. Now, Eyes of Sin is particularly fond of this person. This is one of the cases when I refer to Layla Johnson's really able promotion of this game. You're getting little vignettes and little biographies of these leaders, and this is one of the ones that really caught my attention. So Hatshepsut. I'm really bad with pronunciation, I apologize. A female pharaoh, though declared myself officially male throughout my reign. I had to use my ruse to come to the throne, using my vast knowledge of religion which endeared me to my people and declared me wife of the god Amun. I am also of royal blood on both sides. Married to my brother Thutmose II, I bore a female heir, Nephure. After that, I could not bear more children. Occasionally I wore a metal beard, but it is a fair price to pay in order to drive my people to a better destiny. Under my reign, Egypt created many trade networks and re-established itself as a nation of builders. My love for science and education allowed me to befriend the most talented architects who helped the Egyptian empire spread its buildings throughout the known world. Here's another one. So, Philip, Greece. So, another of the biographies that Leah Johnson put out was Philip, and it did a really good job of sort of providing the context, because Philip's son is probably the one who's better remembered, but obviously that particular set of conquests relied on the foundations laid by his father. But that'll be covered in the biography here. I am King Philip II of Macedon, son of King Amyntas III, founder of the unified Macedonian state. I received a diplomatic and military education from, I'm bad at this, Epaminondas, and established the federation of Greek states known as the League of Corinth. I reformed the ancient Macedonian army and established the Macedon phalanx. As a teen, I may have had an older male lover, a general I lived with named Pamenes. Over the course of my life, I married 7 times. One of my wives, Olympias, gave me a son. I named him Alexander. He was born the year my horse won the Olympic Games. Alexander is now 13. Cyrus of Persia. I am Cyrus the Great, second of my name, King of Kings and son of King Cambyses. My grandfather, King Astyages, I'm really bad at the pronunciation of the names, of the Median Empire, intended to have me killed upon birth. Instead, I lived to conquer his kingdom and make it mine. I founded the First Persian Empire. Under my rule, all civilized states are free to worship their gods. I brought into subjection every nation without exception. Isaiah the prophet refers to me as Messiah, calling me his anointed one. I'm the only non-Jewish figure in the Bible to so be called. And finally, Romulus, Rome. Son of the god Mars, I was saved and raised by a she-wolf with my twin brother Remus. Aware of his cunning ways, I kept my caution around him and moved on to found my own tribe, unwilling to share my power with him. My humble beginnings as an unwanted outcast helped me find hardy men willing to fight alongside me. Unwilling to let us marry their daughters, we kidnapped and married them anyway. Now I'm allied with powerful tribes. The need to recast the narrative is a must, and I will become a righteous leader blessed with divine favor. I am Romulus, and I have founded Roma, the city destined to rule the world. You've got Rouge Lake Girl. How dare you not pronounce the names of long dead leaders? I do my best, but it is it's tough. So there's a few ways to approach this. I mean, one thing that I think really helps you, like I said, one of the focuses here is going to be how do you approach something like this? This game's been really enriching. I like the fact that a lot of the promotion of it has been to talk about the leaders, talk about the history behind it, because this is why I find these games interesting. So one of the ways that I think you can get into a game that that you might want to learn, you want to spend the time learning, is to play something that you're interested in. So if you like Rome, why not play Romulus? If you like Alexander the Great, why not start with his dad? Carthage is fascinating, and if you want to play, maybe you don't want to leave the story at just the, just myths. Maybe you want to play Dido yourself. So that's one way that you can approach it. The game does give you, I do like the fact that you start with the bio and not the stats, so you can get a few things in terms of, well, what are the starting abilities that I get, right? So I think probably most of you know I'd like Rome, so you can start with ironworking, you can start with divination and aristocracy, and then it'll tell you a little bit more about what each of these things gives you. But maybe that's not quite how you want to handle it. Like, if you haven't played the game, what does it mean to unlock a shrine or to be able to get aristocracy or that? So one of the other things that the game gives you is you can hold over the portraits, and it'll give you sort of a little capsule of all of the details. I believe these are the same as what the stats tell you. So if you look at Persia, for instance, starting text ironworking, trapping, and husbandry. Ironworking, trapping, husbandry. So in this case here, it's really just a matter of... there's actually some extra information here in terms of the starting laws, and it doesn't tell you... Oh no, it does tell you the starting families and whatnot. So one thing that you might be able to look at, even if you don't necessarily understand what these mechanics will do, you can get some ideas. So Persia, it says 50% harvest production, all cities pastures, an additional some type of resource. I can tell you what this thing is, but we're trying to ease in, pretending that it's our first run. But you can get an idea here. It's like, okay, farming is important for this one. What about Greece? Well, Greece, when you have the columns, well, probably that's going to mean a culture thing, but maybe not, right? Also lower cost for settlers, so maybe that's going to be a good opportunity to do a lot of expansion. In fact, that is maybe something I want to try here, because I tend to like to expand very rapidly early. No nitrogen. It's going to be released on May the 5th, and it will be only available on the Epic Store. Well, the early access will only be available on the Epic Store. I'm sure Mohawk will announce any other platforms that they want to release to when the time comes. So one thing that I personally would like to get a little bit better at is my expansion. And so in this case, it's like, okay, reduced cost for settlers. I can take an early advantage in terms of what this leader does. Egypt, right? Well, the Nile, addition, 50% from farm on a river. Yeah, I mean, this is something that probably makes a lot of sense. And if you have a lot of stone, sure, you're building the pyramids and whatnot. I do like the idea of Carthage, new cities giving you additional research. That's one that interests me quite a bit. The problem is I haven't quite been able to figure out what to do with wealth. I feel like the gold is something that I don't quite understand that well. The other alternative here, I quite like Babylonia as well, for the additional science per year, additional growth and whatnot. So at this point, I think probably where I want to go is I want to do either Greece or I want to do Babylon. And I'm slightly warming towards Babylonia. Yeah, let's go for Babylonia. All right. So difficulty, just like Civilization, there's quite a few here. I am just doing the able. Like I said, we're sort of learning it. But essentially, in this case, I just want to do sort of the defaults. But for those of you who are familiar with and maybe want to play a lot, have played a lot of Civilization and whatnot, there is a ton of customization, just like the previous entries. So obviously this is taking a little while to get started, but I think in the end, the first thing that you want to do when getting into a game like this is play something that you're interested in. I'm also just going to slightly lower the volume again. I just noticed that it looks like my voice is sometimes fighting with the audio. So here it is, a lovely lovely map. I think this might be inherited from Civilization 6, but I really do like the touch that, things like mountains you get to see at a distance. So there's sort of the fog that's traditional for games like this, but being able to see these little details is something that I like quite a bit. I believe this is made in Unity, so... Right. Yeah, actually, Rouge Light Girl, this is one of the things that, I mean, obviously the military conquests of Alexander are very interesting, but they're one part of that story. So it's neat when to hear that people are getting a fuller picture. So there actually used to be competing Alexander projects in Hollywood. Baz Luhrmann wanted to do one with Leonardo DiCaprio, but it was Oliver Stone's with Colin Farrell that got released. So you start with the first settler, and you kind of take it from there. So there's a few things that you can do. One thing that's neat about this game, and this is where I start talking a bit about how it's like a little bit like Crusader Kings, is that you have families. And the family. So it's not just that you build a site, and as you can see, it's giving us our indications in terms of where these can be built. But you pick sort of the founding family as well. I seem to remember there was a tutorial message that talked about this, but I didn't get that this time. I'm pretty sure that I have them enabled, but we'll find out in a minute here. So again, if there's something that you don't understand in a game like this, the best thing that you can do is always mouse over. So we've got the founding with the Kassite, which says it's the hunters. So in this case, this already gives you a little bit of an idea what it's about. Plus 100% output for camps and nets. All new ranged units start with sniping. Family seat unlocks hunt. This is one thing that I'm not 100% sure on in terms of family seat. And then on seat founded, additional iron, wood, and stone, and then opinion preferences. Now, so there's a few things here that maybe we don't understand based on the information that we have right now. One thing that you might notice is when it says the +2 of the little red shield per year. Well, you'll notice at the top of your screen, you've got the different resources listed there. So training rate, used to train military units. Unused training goes into the national stockpile, which can be used to promote and upgrade units. Increased training by building barracks and ranges. So this gives you a little bit of an idea in terms of what you're working with. Some of these resources may not be as obvious. So for instance, when you see that it consumes one of the little scrolls, those are your orders, and orders will actually be explained within the game. So I'm not going to do that right now. So one thing that I might want to consider is like, well, what are the things that would benefit from a camp? Well, in this case, we've got a goat pasture. So in this particular case here, we can get, we already have we're getting a certain amount of food from it. We could double the amount of food coming from the pasture right here. Some other resources that might be within our borders. I don't believe these goats would be within our borders. But it's very likely that the silver is going to be here. So if there's something that will allow me to benefit from a silver mine, that's another thing that I want to keep an eye on. So we've got the Chaldeans. So this will give me an additional, I'll call them columns, but this is a culture indicator. The only thing is we haven't actually gotten information to tell us what that is yet. All mines and lumber mills plus 20% output. So this is a big one here. We'll be able to get the benefit from the silver mine. All new siege ship units start with ingenuity. So the ship units may be not quite as interesting because we're not beside a large body of water. And then -1 years to build urban barn improvements, and then on seat founded gain a worker, and then opinion preferences. This is kind of the same with all of these other ones. We've got the Eason traders, so +10 wealth per year. Luxury, so this adds 2 of the little gavel, as you can see it right here. That's civics, used to develop specialists and finish projects. Unused civics go into the national stockpile, which can be used to enact laws and establish theologies. Increase civics by building courthouses and forums. Unlocks caravan, -10 upgrade turns for hamlet improvements, and courtier join court, great merchant, and then opinion preferences, just like the one before. Finally, we've got the sages. So the Amorites, In this case, we also gain the bonus of civics per year. So if we were to break it down between, the traders and the sages, or the Isin and the Amorites, you could say, okay, well, we know that the civics are sort of neutralizing each other. So now maybe I want to know, do I go for the additional science per pop, or do I care more about the additional wealth, for instance? How you doing, Uncle Cranky? Hey, no problem, Silvos. Thank you very much. I will be doing some more of that in the future, but obviously it's Old World tonight, so that's really kind of you to say. So, I can't make you want to play Civ 5. I got to make you want to play Old World. So in addition, urban specialists cost minus 25%, and then on seat founded plus 100 signs and whatnot. So before I go any further, we've got an example here where it's like, okay, we've got this little column thing that maybe we don't understand. So how do I do that? Obviously, I can't mouse over it. I don't see it on the screen here anywhere. So what am I supposed to do about this, right? Well, first of all, this shows up on the map here. But again, this doesn't necessarily help us either. Weak, developing, strong. I don't have a way of relating this to a number. So if you do show the help screen, you've got a few details on here. And so this, I believe, would be under yields. Now, I'm cheating a little bit. I said culture. But as I said, we've got, when you see the little column, it kind of makes sense. So in this case, when a city's culture fills up, a positive event occurs. The city's overall culture level affects what improvements and wonders can be built. Improve culture by building shrines and theaters. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of what you're getting. So in the end, we're back to the question, what is the most important thing that I can be building right now? In one sense, I could say, well, we're next to a silver mine, so maybe I want to go for the Chaldeans. We're also beside some goats, and maybe I want to increase the speed at which the city grows, and so maybe we want to have the Kassites for the additional benefits from the pasture. Maybe what we want is wealth, and in this case, we want to go for the additional 10 gold per turn, or maybe we value research the most. And I'm going to be going with the Amorites in this case. So it's a little bit of a shame to me that I'm not able to take advantage of the bonus for the mine. But in this case here, I like the fact that this is going to be the first city that I'm making, and so the population's probably going to be the highest, which means that we're going to be getting the benefit of additional science per pop. Now, it seems to me that this is also going to be a decision that I'm possibly going to be growing a little bit slower than I would at the start of a game like this. And the way I know that is not necessarily through any, deep understanding of Old World, but rather what I'm giving up here, right? All of these are talking about yields that'll be going up, and I'm saying, no, I'm going to be making a long run choice about increasing my science. So we've founded the capital. Orders are an important feature of Old World. Units can move multiple times each turn, but each move consumes one order, which again, the little scroll here. Other actions, such as attacking or building, also consume orders. Your remaining orders can be seen in the lower left corner of your screen. We recommend that you first select your worker so that you may begin to improve your land before you spend all of your orders for the turn. I will have to consider how to use my orders carefully each turn. Yeah, Silvos. No, I please don't take that as me saying don't talk about that game. I love it when people come in and say that they like my stuff. It actually means a lot to me when people say that. So thank you very much. And I do want to communicate that there will be some more of it in the future, and quite soon actually. So I'll have to consider how to use my orders carefully each turn. By the way, if you don't want tutorials like this, you can go to the options to turn it off. But frankly, I find these really helpful. Even if I know a game particularly well, it just kind of reminds me about where I should be going. Now, there's a really interesting idea in this game. And again, I want to contrast it a little bit to a game like Civilization. You have this idea of legitimacy in the game, and we've seen this in other games before, like Europa Universalis and whatnot. But this order system is kind of neat. So essentially, your orders are actually tied to your legitimacy. So in this particular case here, Orders rate plus 18.1. Orders can be spelled on various actions such as moving, attacking, and building improvements. Unused orders are sold for money at the end of the year. So one of the things that's kind of neat about this is that this game is sort of modeling the strength of a given ruler. So in this case, a lot of the games, like if you play Civilization, for instance, you sort of play this social planner. You don't necessarily play a particular ruler. And it's just, hey, does the society suddenly become, authoritarian? Well, you've just decided that. There's no sort of internal system about people. I mean, there is discontent and whatnot, but generally you pick where it goes. Inside here, your ability to get things done is sort of tied to your strength as a ruler, whether it's your legitimacy, whether it's some other things that you've set up. And this is kind of a neat idea. Like, just because you have units, if you have lots of units, you may actually need to make some decisions about which ones move. So you really hope Old World is good. You're kind of starved for a good game similar to Civ. I'm having a decent time with it, Silvos. I probably am not in a very good position to say, this thing will be the greatest 4X you've ever played, but it's a really interesting game. I really like the take that they have on this. And obviously it's in the early access period. Again, it's releasing on the 5th. So in this case, you're going to be able to sort of have a shape in the development and talk about things that are working for you and maybe some of the things that aren't. So as the game said, let's take a look at our. I picked the slinger, not the worker. My bad. The slinger is a ranged unit that can, is a ranged unit and can attack units from 2 or more tiles away, allowing them to be an efficient use of orders in combat. They can even shoot further from atop a hill, but will deal less damage over long distances or when firing into trees or scrub. Time to sling some rocks. So we're not going to do that yet. We're going to start with a worker. Workers build improvements for your city. Rural improvements such as farms and mines gather raw materials. Urban improvements such as barracks or shrines provide training or culture. Let's get to work. So workers are a little bit like they are in other 4X style games. You use them to build improvements like the game says here. You can sort of see the cost in terms of orders to move them around in different places. And much like other games in this genre, it does give you little recommendations on the screen. So for instance, it says there's a silver mine here. You can build a mine there. If you want, you can remove the trees. This will give us some additional wood. And you can build a farm. So obviously, it's in my interest to get some farms down because I did say I wanted to grow I did want to grow the city, and it's recommending here that I build a farm here. This will give me an additional 5 per year, and then it also says lush, which is an additional 40%, and an adjacent volcano, so 2 times 40%. So this is definitely a pretty good tile to be building up the farm on. If you don't like using the tooltips and whatnot, one thing that you can do if you mouse over any given hex, you'll get a little bit of a detail in the bottom right-hand corner. So obviously you don't really want to be building on air. You are building farms on arid. I think that probably goes without saying. But if you really want like a full breakdown in terms of numbers, you just hold the Alt key and it'll actually tell you right here. And in this case here, I don't have animal husbandry, and so there's really no benefit to me doing this. Whereas if I do the hold down and Alt here, I'll be getting 11 food from the farm, which seems to me to be a pretty good deal. So we will do the game's recommendation. So this is going to cost me 20 wood and 4 years. So, and it's automatically selected the scout. Are you mocking your sandworms again? All right, so scouts are fantastic explorers and can see further into the unknown. They can also hide in trees, making them invaluable as an early warning against invading enemies. Send your scout into the wilderness and look for new city sites and mysterious ancient ruins. I will use my scouts to explore the world. All right, so this is a pretty, there's really one choice in my opinion here, which is to go and get the ancient ruins. These behave very similar to Civilization, but I do like the idea of scouts being hidden in the trees. This actually solves a problem that I have with scouts, which is I don't always have a use for them past a certain point in games, and I do tend to find that they wind up getting chased away by barbarians really quickly. So it's neat that scouts actually do, like, it's not just that scouts are cartographers, they are proper scouts. They will actually warn you, and they will not get bulldozed by the people that you're warning about. So here we go. Homeless children. Our explorer. By the way, this is a really wonderful art style, in my opinion. Our explorers discover a group of orphaned, homeless, and hungry children hiding in the ruins. If we leave them, they will surely starve to death, but our cities are on the verge of overcrowding. There is room in our caravan for either salvage stone or passengers. What would you have us do? Sorry, guys, I just need a minute to reorganize my desktop because I really want a sip of coffee. All right. Okay, so Babylonia cannot become a home for charity. So in this case, we would get an additional 50 stone and we become cruel. So minus 20% growth if I'm a governor. We will shelter them. King Nebuchadnezzar, the founder, becomes gracious, plus 2 charisma. So in this case, that would give us plus 4 to civics. And then we can always use citizens in Babylon, gain child labor in Babylon. All right. Kind of feel bad about the idea of child labor, but I do want that early growth. So the one thing I can't do is Babylonia cannot be a home for charity. Like this is completely defeating the idea of being able to make the city grow. But there is something to be said about going for the additional the plus 2 charisma. So the families will be unhappy for 20 years. This is something to keep in mind. But the fact that I can get a bonus for civics, which means that I'll be able to basically get more stuff done, this is the sort of benefit that I might want in the long run. You know what? We can always use citizens in Babylon. Well, we can't just have them sitting around doing nothing. Those kids have hands, indeed. So I feel bad about the child labor, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna do that. Yeah. I'm glad everybody is giving me a justification for my choices. Now, there is something that's going to be coming up where I maybe wouldn't necessarily want to be going down this path, but I am actually going to be heading down. I kind of want to sit on the hills just for the extra vision. All right, we've already found barbarians. Now, it's worth noting here, see how there's like a little, that 50 training? So this is a neat idea that I believe is unique to Old World. You've got a march, so you can force march. Right now, my scout is fatigued, so you have a certain number of moves that your units can do, but you're not limited to that. You can actually use some of your military resources in this game to really push them the extra mile. And again, it's really neat to see how they're able to sort of take what you might expect to be, we were talking about this earlier, that GDC talk of, every game of this type has to have X factors. And in this particular case here, they're taking some of the existing resources and they're adding some really sensible thing. Like the thing that strikes me so much with the innovations here is they kind of feel like things that should have always been part of the genre, but I'm seeing them for the first time. And this might just reflect my lack of understanding on some of the more modern 4X games, but it's really, really exciting to see these changes. So of course we found barbarians here. If I want, I could just go for a straight promotion right away. Which may not be a bad idea given the fact that I can use my explorer for that additional turn to maybe see if there's any hills to shoot from. I certainly have quite a bit of training, so I think we'll do that right now. And we could do combat for additional strength. We could do focus, which will make the critical chance go up. We could do Eagle Eye, so ignores the distance modifier. This would mean if we wind up on a hill, we'd become particularly strong. And then Aggressor, so that's bonus for Siege. I think in this case, I'm going to try and go for Eagle Eye, hoping that we're going to have a hill. But I'll be honest, I don't think my chances of finding a hill here are particularly good. That's just more of a long-term investment. I believe the way that this works is the more experience you get, the lower the training cost is. But all right. Our Slinger unit has been hard at work training for battle, and they are ready to take orders. Will you take the role of general and lead them? Yes, I belong on the field of battle. King Nebuchadnezzar, the founder, general of Slinger. You can disable tutorial events by checking tutorial and options, or no, I'm needed in the capital. In this case, I'll put him put him at the head of the army. Now notice I'm not able to move the unit, and this is because we spent the turn training. All right, I'm just gonna finish my coffee, and then we'll do the research. Okay, so I've never done redraw. So redraw text from your deck on the next year. I believe, so I think the way that I read this is you delay your research by a year to get better options, which doesn't really work for me. So if I want to do some early, military moves, ironworking would be a good idea. I don't really have any quarries near, or anything that needs a quarry nearby, so I probably don't want to be doing stone cutting. And then the game, you'll notice, is recommending divination here. And remember that it said shrines were some of the ways that I would be able to improve certain traits, certain yields. So I think this, either by elimination or by the fact that the game's recommending it here, I do think divination is the right way to go here. So we'll pick that. It's only going to take us a year. And we'll end the year. Now, one big thing that's key to remember when it says end a year, it's worth remembering that the connection I made with Crusader Kings, like, you will play generations of this family. So there's some sections here for spouse and heir and whatnot. I haven't unlocked any of them yet, but basically, I will not be playing Nebuchadnezzar the entire game. So I'm going to take a quick second on the tech tree. So let's see what we're setting ourselves up for. So the game is currently recommending ironworking. It's definitely a cheap option, and I'll be able to, I will be able to build some good units out of it. But let's see what some of other options are. So so first of all, in addition to the warrior unit, so we've got labor force, which will unlock slavery and freedom. These are laws. Now, I think if we were to do freedom, that would keep boosting our science path. So that's not a particularly bad idea. Also, roads. Husbandry. Now this would be for those goats, so this wouldn't be a terrible idea because we're just able to sort of maximize the yields in the capital. So ironworking is not just interesting because of the recommendation and the fact that we get a military unit, but both of these will sort of have some immediate applications in our current capital. So if we tried stone cutting, we'd get drama. So that would be the amphitheater. That would be rather good for civics, but of course that would be a drain of 2 stone per year, and we don't actually have a source of stone right now, so we might be paying quite a bit for that culture. We could also potentially get polis, so that would be an urban building. It's going to cost us some food, but it seems that this would give us free settlers, so this would not be bad for expanding. But you can sort of see, compared to these, I'm actually struggling a little bit to explain why these 2 improvements might be better than these. I believe we had aristocracy was one of our next options. Now this is kind of neat because these are laws. We'd get centralization, so the capital city becomes a lot more effective. This is a really big one because, of course, there'd be the bonus for science, and we said that we were going to try and grow a nice big capital to get the bonus of from all those science points. But the big thing is because it's a percent-based bonus, it's probably going to be better if I wait a little while to grow up the city a bit, and I can grow up the city through things like husbandry and whatnot. Then there is sovereignty. We could get tyranny or constitution. Tyranny causes unhappiness, but it does give us extra money for each military unit within this territory. Constitution gives us additional civics, and then there's rhetoric, which will give us, it'll again give us certain laws and whatnot. So I think in this case here, the ironworking is the most interesting choice. And again, it's primary. Well, one, it's a lot shorter than these other ones, but it's definitely much more growth focused, which is what I'm currently interested in. All right, epics or exploration. The court has opened debate on the topic of cultural enrichment, and we are of two minds on the matter. We can invest in national epics, or we can rely on exploration to bring us new experiences. What shall we decree? Now, this is a little bit about what I was talking about, or this is what I was talking about in terms of something that I knew was coming up that would make me reconsider where I was moving my explorer. So we can say, this is actually maybe a point where I want to highlight a difference in terms of what Old World is bringing to the table. Where I talked about Civilization being a game which is really heavily focused on sort of this central planner, and what you're doing is you're sort of writing history as you go, and basically the world sort of moves in line with the story that you want to tell. Although, of course, there's going to be other players in the environment that are trying to achieve their own goals. What Old World is doing, it's taking some of these elements again from, I think Crusader King is my best example here, where you have these individual events that are happening. So where you can see the contrast where in Civilization you go and you go into some ancient ruins, and it says a bunch of people decided to join our tribe, +1 citizen or something like that. This one is a little bit more story-based. Again, Layla Johnson has writing credit on this, so I believe we owe a lot of this to her. But what becomes interesting, right, is that you go from just this very abstract view of history, and you're starting to go back down to that individual focus, right? That, history is being made by people who have particular ambitions and particular priorities, and some of the things that you wind up doing, it might be because it's particularly convenient for you to, bring in the child labor or rather than the stone, or maybe you're really short on stone, so you do say, sorry kids, you got to fend for yourselves. But in this case here, it's sort of neat. You do get sort of the story. You get the stuff that makes history so interesting to read, that you have people's particular personalities and preferences driving world events. So in this case here, again, we've got epics and exploration. If you mouse over, this is the biggest thing that you can learn if you want, or you can do if you want to learn a game like this. You mouse over everything that you don't understand, and you will slowly gain better understanding. So in this case, epics, we'd get plus 10 civics per unit kill, upkeep low civics, or we can get exploration. So exploration bonus along river, scouts move on water, upkeep low training. So this is a tough one because I know that we're going to be fighting some barbarians soon. But exploration seems pretty good. And where I was mentioning, it might be good for my my scout not to go south. It was because I knew that we could pick exploration. We get some movement bonuses along the river. And of course, rivers usually are nice places to settle. So in this case, I think I am still going to go for the exploration bonus. The world has many tales to tell. This means I am giving up some culture for killing units, but I think it's because I'm not inclined to go for epics because I don't really want to be going and doing a lot of war right now. I'd much prefer to build my city. And to be honest, when you play on an easier mode, generally being able to build a great city undisturbed is a bit easier. So in this case, I'm going to do exploration just because it lets me find some new areas to expand to really quick. And you'll notice it did tell us the cost, so we're down to 10 civics right now because we've had one turn at 10, sort of a building rate of 10. All right, so what I want to be doing with my Explorer right now, eventually I do want to bring them, I want to bring them back to sort of this part of the map so that we can do some extra exploration. I am going to take a minute here, so this is going to be a good spot for my my slingers. So I want to, that paid off. So notice here, they're invisible because it's got trees. If you're ever confused about what a tile particularly has, you just mouse over it, temperate hills, trees. Also, it turns out that there's a river here, so we'll actually be able to move a bit faster. But I got what I needed by moving south. I found, I found the spot where I want to move my slingers, but I've also found ancient ruins, so let's pick those up. Great Migration. Again, I really like the art style of this. Broken vessels and strange markings indicate these ruins were once occupied by a tribe from beyond the sea. Such a discovery inspires you to expand beyond your realm to new worlds. So we can commission scouts and send them in every direction, or study this unknown tribe and widen our understanding. Now, 100 science is not something to take lightly. But in this case, I really do like the idea of having a lot of scouts. So my rationale behind it is this. Technology is a huge thing to have in a game like this. It really, if you have enough tech, you're going to be able to build better units. You're going to be able to conquer your enemies really easily. The reason why I'm going to justify the decision for 2 scouts is that I'm going to be able to expand out faster, and that's going to mean that I'm able to pick some ideal locations for my settlers. Like I said, one of the reasons we went for Babylon was because with lots of population, lots of expansion, we get a bunch of science and whatnot. And so my justification here is that with the extra scouts so early on, I'm going to be able to pick some prime spots. We're going to figure out exactly how many settlers we need to build. We're going to build them early, and we're going to sort of overcome the the drawback of having underinvested in some of our other infrastructure through having just a really big base that we can develop up a little bit more quickly. So with that in mind, hello, Mohawk Games. Thank you. No problem. Thank you very much for inviting. I should probably say I have been a little more quiet than I should be in the testing period. So thank you very much for inviting it. If you don't mind me saying, this is a wonderful game. I'm not quite sure who I'm speaking to, but I really enjoyed Layla's sort of her posts about the different each of the different leaders. One thing that's really worth mentioning, one of the reasons why I was so interested in what was then 10 Crowns, is that Civilization actually has some of my earliest memories, and it's kind of responsible for some of my interests in history. And so the fact that some of the promotion and marketing about the game is entirely focused on revealing these interesting sort of figures from history that people may not necessarily know. That really gets to the heart of why I find these games so good. And I'm a big fan of the Designer Notes podcast. So this was a pretty easy choice in terms of streaming. So, yeah, I wanted to get that out of the way. So no, I probably owe you a much bigger thanks than. All right. Also, I will say I'm pretty terrible, so I don't think anybody's going to be learning anything about this, but let's carry on. All right. So it turns out our hope... Well, no, sorry, there's the river, so let's go through the Euphrates. And again, the whole reason why we're moving the scouts in this area in the first place was to try and find a hill that we could throw things at the barbarians from. So let's move them along here. And I think that is it for the... I mean, I could sit and try and for more promotions, but we want to get rid of the bad guys as soon as possible. Actually, sorry. Let me just take a quick minute here. It's worth mentioning, guys, that account that you have there. I mean, you can just click on it and hit the follow button anyway, but for those of you who are fans or who watch Twitch and are fans of this sort of stuff, that is a very good account to follow. I should have did that earlier. All right, let's move in. So one thing I didn't really talk about too much, but the orders here right now, we don't really have enough units to be too worried about the orders. Usually these just wind up turning into gold over time. Now, given the fact that I've got these extra explorers now, I am going to have to keep a little bit of an eye on that, either for one of two things. Either it's going to be that I'm going to have less of a resource that I need in the future, or I'm going to need to make some decisions in terms of where I put my different people. Ensign Garrick, no problem at all. I'm not sure. Oh, Fetmabal, thank you very much for that follow. Ensign Garrick, I'm not actually 100% sure which who the account is associated with. I'm assuming you're affiliated with Mohawk Games. I apologize that the name doesn't immediately ring a bell. Oh, and that's awesome. I'm going to be checking out. I'll be there on Tuesday then. Good evening to you, Ed Baver. And who else was it? No, you're a purchaser. Oh, awesome. Excellent. Thank you for supporting this game. Dalim says, you've never played a Civ game before, but you're enjoying watching me play. You'll have to keep an eye out for it. Again, guys, I don't want to be too mercenary about this, but these games don't happen if people don't buy them. So I should let you know I am an Epic affiliate. If you do decide to buy it on using that affiliate link, there is an increased amount that I get for that. But please don't feel that it's sort of like a requirement. I would much rather you guys buy this game and support it. If you happen to use it, in the end, I've always viewed that link as sort of an opportunity to turn the people on the margin to give a little bit towards the channel without directly asking for donations. But whether you use that affiliate link or whether you just directly go to the Epic Store, I do encourage you guys to pick it up either through pre-order or when the game gets released, because again, it's important to support the stuff that you want to see made. Silvo says, I think you're quite unique in explaining your thought process and decision-making when exploring new games. It's easy to learn games when watching you. Thank you, Silvos. I mean, I'm not particularly good at games, so I think the only added value I can give is really to say, this is why I'm making this decision. Bonham63, thank you very much for the follow. To say, I mean, again, I've played this game before, but there is some value in me saying, I'm specifically making this decision right now, and if it doesn't turn out the way that I had planned, that's an opportunity to sort of review, right? One wonderful thing about streaming is it keeps me honest in terms of what my intentions were and what I'm doing. So it's worth mentioning here, I don't actually have, my odds here aren't that great if you take a look on the left-hand side, right? They've got the Dogwood 1979. Thank you very much for the follow as well. So this looks like a very interesting game that you do feel like 200 turns is short for a game of this nature. Are there ideas for extending that in scenarios or there's featured games and scenarios. But I mean, it depends. I guess the best that I can say is that there is something to be said for the quality of the time that you spend, right? Even, Crusader Kings and or Stellaris or that have sort of definitive endings. So I'm not 100% sure I agree with the idea of 200 turns. I definitely don't feel like this thing is too short. But there's something to be said for making sure, when you have a fixed amount of time, you need to make sure that the decisions that you're making matter. And I mean, in the end, because the rulers, again, it's not a faceless social planner, it's actual people and their descendants. It sort of reinforces this idea that you have a limited amount of time on Earth, and while you may be a great founder or a great person, you still have to accomplish your goals. But yeah, there's definitely there's more than just sort of the vanilla or default game. There are, I believe, scenarios and featured games are two separate things. Anyways, like I said, our odds aren't great, but we built these slingers for a reason, so let's just throw rocks at the bad guys. Okay. Now, this is a really bad spot for my explorer to be in because we hide in trees. So I found the barbarians, but I would much rather not have them chase me away. So, I guess they're chasing me away, but again, we want to keep a respectful distance. As for the rest of it, let's see if we can find some other places to explore. I suppose I did say I wanted to move up the Tigris. But while I'm here, let's take advantage of... We'll take the scenic route and we'll sort of move in. This is, again, just to try and see if we can get some additional expansion. So, for instance, here we've got a city site. So when we wind up building a settler in 2 turns, we may want to send them over here rather than this area we've cleared out from the barbarians. I should mention, guys, there is a Discord for this game, and the Mohawk website also does a good job of explaining sort of what the games were. Again, I do encourage you guys, if you're interested in sort of the reasoning behind it, I really like following the people who make games. So the GDC talks and things like that are really interesting in my opinion, if you want to sort of understand why things look the way that they do. So I am inclined towards the recommendation here of Sovereignty. So again, we don't have any quarries, so it's hard to justify stone cutting at the moment. Whereas Sovereignty, I mean, the garrison, I don't really see myself building that right now. We're going to be doing a lot of expansion to try and take up these city tiles. City tiles definitely feel like a pretty scarce resource that I want to get as early as possible. I don't really think I can justify Tyranny because I'm not going to be building that many military units, and the ones that I am are probably going to be going after Barbarians. But Constitution, especially for the boost in... Oh no, sorry, it was Freedom that gives me the boost to Science. But I can definitely see myself adopting Constitution. Again, Composite Bow, 10 years so that I can get an Archer. I haven't quite gotten the need for this specialized unit, and in the end I can produce Warriors if I need. So I've actually not checked out Archive recently. Let me just refresh my memory on that. So that's an additional Science per year. This is definitely a good one. I mean, like I said, we're Science focused, but we did say that we were going to be getting a lot of our Science through growing the city. So I think again, I'll go for the games recommendation. The only other one I might consider would be stone cutting, because it's so short, but the benefits are not immediate, and I know the secondary techs are going to cost me stone, which I don't have a ready. Well, I mean, I have a ready access in the sense that I can buy it, but it's not the most secure source. So again, let's throw things at the barbarians. Incidentally, one thing that I haven't mentioned in this game, if you want to sort of understand what you have done over your turn, it'll sort of describe this is a little bit like the events. You know, if you play something like Civilization 5, you'll see them dropping down the right-hand side of the screen. You remember how I was saying that your leftover orders get turned into gold? That will give you basically that's the receipt, maybe is the way I would say it. And then if you're wondering why my health is lower, it was because the slinger was attacked. And again, you can click on all of these things to see where they were happening. Another feature I am a very big fan of for this game, which I didn't talk about, is the undo last move. I think a lot of you have seen me play XCOM and shake my fist at the heavens for sort of fat fingering the wrong button and winding up in a tough spot. So if you regret your life choices, you can just hit the undo button. Do you have a link for the Discord? Not offhand, Ed Baver. If you don't mind, I'd like to try and get a little bit more of the game done, but how about by the end of the stream, I'll make sure that I put the Discord in there. Incidentally, if any of you do happen to have a link to the Discord, I don't have any special permissions up. I'm very much of the view that I just execute people who cause trouble. So if you happen to have a link to that Discord and would like to share that, please do put that inside a chat. So, all right, you are now known as the Explorer. So there's cognomens in the game. This is going to be another chance for me to talk a little bit about how you learn games like this. One of the nice things about 4X, in my opinion, is that it's a game that rewards multiple playthroughs. That you have a lot of reasons to keep doing things over and over again. But that doesn't mean that you can. That doesn't mean you feel any lost the first times that you do things. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take a minute here. We're going to see what the game tells us on its own, but then we're also going to see again where we can get some additional details. So hey, it is not a Dora the Explorer spinoff, so far as I could tell. Mohawk is related to develop. Mohawk Games is the company that makes the game. So you're now known as the Explorer. That's 3 runes explored. Legitimacy plus 30. Legitimacy legacy plus 15. Carved wall. So this is the event from the ancient ruins. Our troops discover a towering wall depicting images and carvings belonging to an ancient civilization with an impeccable record of their laws. Our generals want to preserve such findings. What do you advise? So we can say, advise, I command, bring the wall to Babylon. So that'll give us an additional 20 culture. And this will have a benefit to me, the king, In this case, I gain steadfast. So in this case, as a general, I get a nice 25% bonus against barbarians. This is particularly helpful because, of course, I'm currently fighting the barbarians. So this is a nice short-term benefit to me. Thank you very much for that, Ensign Garrick. And then I'm glad I have such wise generals. I highly value their service. And in this case, we would get the technology aristocracy. And again, this is a tricky one because like tech is nice, right? If I'm waiting 6 turns for another piece of tech, it's definitely, it's nice to be able to get to move through that tree as quickly as possible. But in my opinion, the extra culture and then the fact that I get some bonuses against the barbarians, I'm going to be a little bit more short term in my thinking. And so I, Nebuchadnezzar the Great, declare that the wall be brought to Babylon. All right. Again, if I wanted to push this guy further up the river, I could, but that would cost me some of my military resources, my training, and I think it's probably better that I just focus on the units that I have. So again, we maintain respectful distance. If possible, I'd love to find a hill that we can attack them from, but I think that's probably. Oh, this is what I get for. That's what I get for speaking too soon. So, tutorial, harvest resources. Your scout has moved onto some gems, a harvestable resource. Your scout can spend an order to yield a small amount of materials. Harvesting is a great way to boost my early economy. So this is a big one. I actually keep forgetting about this one, but this is actually another difference to this style of game, which I really appreciate. So again, scouts are great units, but they're sometimes in these games they become a little bit of a liability. And so one thing that you can do is you can harvest. So the problem here, of course, is that I'm too far away. But what you can do when you find these resource deposits, you're no longer just discovering them and waiting for your workers to develop those resources. Instead, what you can do is you have your explorers, and as long as you're sort of within your bounds. They can take advantage of some of the resources that you discover. Again, you'll see we're very far from Babylon, so it's a little optimistic to think that we'd be able to resource that, or sorry, to harvest the resources. But it's a great example of just some things where you sort of feel like this should have always been inside of these styles of games. But so far as I can tell, this is an innovation of Old Worlds. So we've now found something for a quarry. It's a little far from where we could potentially settle. We do need to start thinking about that, by the way, because we've got a settler now. So potential places that I could expand to when we take over this barbarian camp. This is, not too terrible. It's, some decent land. This is a little less hospitable, but we do at least have a source of food with the goats. We could actually probably get the 2 here, so maybe we'd want to have that hunter family that we would found the city with. Of course, by building something here, we might finally be able to harvest the gems. Although I'm not entirely sure you want to build a city just so you can get the early captures of certain resources. All right, tutorial legitimacy. Oh yes, I said I was going to be talking about cognomens. How you doing, Bast Worshipper? This looks like Imperialism or Age of Imperialism or whatever that old game was called. I am ashamed to admit I've not played Imperialism, but this is definitely a fresh take on the 4X genre, which I'm very fond of and will be coming out on May the 5th. So your cognomen has changed to the Explorer. Your cognomen describes your recent accomplishments, and improving it increases your legitimacy in the eyes of your people. Higher legitimacy grants you additional orders and improves your standing with your nation's families. Keeping your legitimacy high is important for controlling a larger empire. I'll show them who's legitimate. So we were talking again, we said we became the Explorer. So what does that mean? Well, again, if you can't answer something by holding your mouse over it, and again, do read some of the things over your mouse overs, right? So, for instance, let's say, okay, what do I get with the goats again? I get +1 growth, +5 food, assuming that I get husbandry, which of course we're waiting on finishing sovereignty for. But when it says expand tooltip, right, you hold the Alt button, it's going to tell you exactly what all of the different benefits are. But let's say, it hasn't told us everything. For instance, we needed to figure out what culture was, and we didn't have anything on this screen to tell us what culture was. So again, we can go to the help screen, and cognomen is right here on the screen. So it kind of tells us everything that these can give me. Oh, maybe it doesn't. I feel like some of these haven't been fully filled out yet, but we did get the Explorer. And again, basically, I think the idea here is once you explore 3 ruins, you become the Explorer. So what would it take to become the Eloquent? What about the Cruel? No. I should have had a a specific idea of which one I wanted to look for. So the Beloved, for each courtier we get 100. For each specialist trained we get 10. So if I add 6 courtiers, then I will become the Beloved, and I will gain additional legitimacy. So I believe the legacy is after, like, you were previously known as that, and if you are currently known, this is the additional legitimacy you get from it. So basically your ability, it's neat how this gets reinforced, right? You're somebody who's done great things. I am the Explorer. My legitimacy has gone up because I am the Explorer. And as it happens, my orders increases. I am able to do more because people sort of respect my edicts. I've already brought us a certain degree of greatness. And so people are more inclined to follow me. Or you might want to say I've become more experienced in the arts of leadership, or however you want to do it. And again, I really just like little touches like that, because I should have seen if I could have harvested these things. These are little touches that I like because they're not really, I feel like these are things that aren't necessarily adding like a brand new set of mechanics that you need to know, so much as they're taking existing things that you might already be familiar with and maybe bringing a new dimension. Or making greater use of some things that we've already been familiar with. All right, so end year. All right, so that we probably should have seen coming. So if that wasn't clear, my scout took damage because, of course, they weren't hiding in the trees; they were standing on a hill, and the barbarians weren't too happy with that. So. Your second city. Your capital has finished training a new settler. Settlers are the key to expanding your empire by founding new cities. Take the settler to a nearby city-state to establish a new city. When you found your city, you'll have to choose which family to grant it to. This family will provide powerful bonuses to the city, so consider carefully before making your selection. I will choose my nation's next family carefully. All right, so first things first, let's clear out the barbarians. Did we kill them? No, it looks like we're just shy. So that'll be happening next turn. So I have a bit of a decision to make. So I could say, do I want to endure the hardships of the West? Do I want to sort of prep? In this case, I know that I'm going to need 2 turns before I can make it to this barbarian camp. And I could try going east. I mean, I suppose the arguments for going east are about the same as going west. This is a tricky one. You know what? I'm going to try going west. So there's one of the reasons for this is that I know I'm definitely going to need to rely on camps for the additional growth and whatnot. And so this means that because of the Kassites, the additional training and whatnot, this is going to wind up being the city that produces my military units. So at least that's kind of the rationale that I'm putting into it. And I think I've never really tried this before, but I think I'm actually going to be cranking out settlers to try and claim all of these. Because again, these city sites can be colonized by other people. All right, so what do I want to do with this worker? The game is recommending a farm, which is not a bad idea, right? So in terms of what we're getting from the farm, we're talking about growth. There's definitely it's kind of hard to say We want to reduce the amount of growth that we're experiencing. But what are some of the options that we can have? So there's shrines here. So in this case, there's the Shrine to Marduk, which will give me additional civics and additional culture. As the game mentioned before, culture will be giving us sort of these special events that come from kind of filling up the amount. Now, the one thing to keep in mind on this is I believe all of the different shrines are going to be giving me additional cultures. So the Shrine to Marduk is basically going to be giving me the civics, and the civics are going to be what allow me to bring in some laws. Not bad, but let's see some of the other things that we might be able to get away with it. Nabu will give me additional science. Obviously, science is something that we're pretty heavily focused on. And then the other recommendation that the game is making right now is a Shrine to Ishtar, and Ishtar will be improving my growth as well as my culture. And you know what? As much as I really like science, I kind of feel like some early growth is where I want to be going with this. So this is going to cost me some stone, but I think it's a worthy investment. So we will build the Shrine to Ishtar. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. I'm sorry you missed it, but your Egyptian pharaoh, the one who declared herself a man. The one who declared herself a man is that was one of the leaders. I'm not playing her or him, but I'll be sure to show you the leader screen before the end of the stream. Ensign Garrick says, "Do you know what the different colors of blue borders mean and how to interpret them?" I should double check exactly what you're talking about. So just give me a quick second. Let me deal with the tutorial message. So tutorial nation contact. You've encountered a rival nation. Other nations are your primary opponents in Old World. However, successfully engaging with them diplomatically can lead to gaining a powerful trade partner and ally. It will be up to you to decide which nations are worthy of being your allies and which should simply be conquered. I will do my best to make some friends. All right, there's Persepolis. That's the capital of the Persians. And looks like they've already claimed things. So was your question, Ensign Garrick, the idea that like what does the dotted line as opposed to the sort of the little triangles, or in my particular case here, I guess I've got little dots as opposed to, I don't think I have any other borders. I mean, I guess I have the black border here. In fact, I believe that can be set in the options menu. Maybe I'm off on that. There were different colored borders. Are you talking about the borders that came up when I clicked a unit? Because there should only be one set of borders for my my city, but when I click on particular unit, this is a tough one because right, are you talking about this stuff? Because what this is indicating what it's going to cost me. So again, the thing to remember is in this game, it's not like it's not your daddy's 4X game. You have a pool of orders for all of your units. And so this is the dimmer sort of colors here are indicating what's going to cost one order. When I go out to this brighter border, this is going to cost 2. When I go to this even brighter order, it's going to be this is what costs 3. And then finally there's what costs 4, and I can push them even further, but that's going to cost me the training rate for the forced march. So in this case, these aren't borders that are related to the city so much as they're borders that are communicating what my unit is capable of. Yeah, no problem at all. And I should clarify, it's not fate. Well, actually, yeah. Sorry, I see what you mean by fatigue. Yes, you're exactly right. They're tied with fatigue. I always just kind of like saying, the number of orders that it takes, but obviously the number of orders is going to be tied to fatigue. So, all right. I wonder if I can harvest the salt. I can. All right. So that'll give us some additional culture. And next turn, we'll harvest some of the gold as well. All right, so again, this guy got punched by the barbarians because, well, they're barbarians and they don't like us. But I got the information that I needed. I have a hill that will be able to come after. Oh, I love that. Those always catch me off guard, but I love the effects here. And I guess we found the edge of the world. Okay, that's some good information. Again, I'm following the rivers because I have those bonuses for exploration. It's pretty clear that if I want to be claiming territory, I need to be considering the east fairly early because Cyrus is going to be claiming those from me. And of course, that's a little bit of a dilemma because I did just dedicate my settler towards expanding to the west. So, okay, we've got another unit. We might as well keep following the river to see where things are going. Out of orders, you've run. Oh, that's right. Yes. This is why I need to be a little more careful about where I want to go. Okay, production in Babylon. Now, the thing is, normally in games like this, I like building up a lot of a lot of buildings, a lot of infrastructure and whatnot. But I think I said we were going to try and swarm the world with our settlers, and we do have some spare food. So it's going to cost me 6 years. The game's definitely recommending a warrior and a forum. So I'm going to try and come up with a justification for my choice in the context of what the game is recommending to me and why I'm doing something different. So the forum is basically going to give me the additional civics per year. Now, I kind of feel we've already made some decisions that'll be boosting my civics anyway. It's hard to say that you can't really have enough, and it's worth saying that civics is one of my lowest resources that I'm generating, and it's only going to cost 4 years. The settler is going to take 6 years to build. I'm not so worried about the food because, again, the food is one of these things that I'm going to have to, I'm going to. It exists for me to consume it. But the big thing that I'm worried about here is that in the end, I'm taking up 6 years of production, which could be put towards building other things like a treasury and a forum. The treasury, for instance, will be improving my culture and whatnot. But in this case here, the reason why I'm going to be building the settler is... I should also double check when city's growth fills up, the city adds a new citizen. I think, yeah, I can never remember. Yeah, it costs unrest to rush. I think I'm going to sit. Yeah. So the problem with this basically is that I'm giving up so we've got conflicting priorities, right? We've got the growth of the city, which is being used to fuel the settler. And that in the end is preventing the city from growing and being able to take advantage of all that tech. But again, I think we definitely have a rival that we're going to need to contain. And my justification has always been we grow a broad base and then we sort of build up after that. It's actually also worth mentioning. So if you can take a look here, so Persia, it says here, if any of your opponents reach 32 points, the game ends. And in this case, they're getting 2 points from cities. You also get points from legendary cities and wonders. Legendary comes from boosting up your culture. That's odd that I get to... Oh, no, hang on. It's a different menu item. Yeah, that's interesting. So if I approach it one way, it tells me that I can buy orders. And if I approach it another way, it tells me about culture. Anyways, basically, the more I load up the culture, I should be able to... Yeah, here we go. Weak, developing, strong, and then legendary. So that'll help me get some points. I suspect this is probably the wide versus tall debate. So you can invest a lot of culture, and even though you're not necessarily blobbing out, you're still going to be keeping ahead in terms of the points. But clearly at this point, I'm behind in terms of generating cities. All right, you've run out of orders. Your scout can't act if you don't have an order to command it. You'll get more orders at the start of your next turn. I'll be able to order more people around next year. All right. So, anyways, we already know where we're going. Whether or not they are the right decisions, we will find out. But we'll end the year. I did at least get this scout away from the bad guys, so I'm happy with that. Delegation from Persia arrives with a marriage proposal for King Nebuchadnezzar the Explorer. We should consider it carefully. So we've got Artakama, the judge. So this is from the Myrinid family in Persia. So again, just like us, the other civilizations have their own rulers. They have their own sort of different families vying for status. I believe you are also able to marry figures within your own society, but right now Persia is trying to establish some kind of a bond between us, and I'm okay with that because I'm actually not ready to go to war with them. So we've got Artamaka the judge and Idrabama the spoiled. So you kind of already can tell about these two people from their cognomen. In this case here, oh no, hang on. I think that's I believe that is Artakama. So uncouth. Governor minus 20% culture, which is not so good. Judge, governor, or chancellor. So discipline plus 8 wealth, wisdom plus 2 science. The dowry will give us an additional 30 food. And Persia will gain an opinion of us. We'll get gold if we... this is very interesting. Okay. So they're a diplomat. They're charismatic, which will give us additional civics. But because they are undisciplined, we'll be losing gold from it. This is a really tough one because it's the governor thing. Now, if it says governor minus 20% civics, I'm thinking that this would only apply if we make them a governor. I don't immediately recall whether or not that's how that works. So I think in this case I'm still going to do Artakama the judge. If this were to be affecting, like if this was just going to be a flat decrease on my abilities, I probably wouldn't find it worth it. But again, that additional science is pretty great, and then of course the extra food won't hurt either. So. There we go. And now I've got my spouse slot filled, so I can do a divorce if I want. I don't feel that that's quite the right way to go though. So switch law cost minus 50% switch law cost can hurry specialist production with money. Can serve as a governor or a chancellor. Obviously, we don't really want to put them as a governor. And then plus 2 discipline, plus 2 wisdom. So, and if you want to see again, when they talk about global, if you mouse over at the top here, it's going to tell you about the different places that you're generating your resources from. So plus 15 for Babylon, plus 6 for the wisdom of King Nebuchadnezzar, and then we've got plus 2 because of the queen consort Artakama. So generally we're in good shape. Now, I believe if I try to assign the governor, yes, no governor candidates available, requires garrison, stronghold, or citadel. And of course, because we're putting our investment in settlers, it's probably going to be a while before we get any of those things. So, and a tutorial on marriage. You have accepted a marriage proposal for a member of your family. Marriages are a useful diplomatic tool for forming bonds with other families, tribes, and nations. They also allow your family to continue their line with legitimate heirs, who will be eligible to take over once your current ruler is gone. I will make sure to find good matches for my family. All right. So we did want to... so I'm actually a little short on my journey. Curses. Well, we're still in line with everything that I wanted. Yeah, it's a tough one. I don't think I'd be able to reach that gold anyway, but Yeah, we'll settle for this one. So again, we already said that I'm gonna make this a Kassite seat. Ah, the city will not be connected to the capital. That's a shame. But we kind of committed to the choice. Actually, I wonder if there's something about city connections in the where were we? Concepts, maybe? I will confess, one thing that I would be fond of is a search function for the encyclopedia, because I really do like that they have they've included this in the game, but I have on occasion found it a little tricky to find out. So it doesn't entirely surprise me that the connection wasn't there, but I'm trying to remember exactly what the requirement is for a connection between the two. Yeah, you know, we'll skip over that for now. Well, it's not going to get any better by by going in deeper. So we will found the Kassite seat. Again, I suspect there's a small penalty for well, not a penalty, but sort of foregone improvements. But I did want to have more. Now, again, the reason why Akkad was the Kassite seat is because in the end I want to gain the advantage of these camps. And of course, eventually we'll build it up so that we can what's the thing I'm trying to say? We'll build it up so that we can have things like treasuries and forums and whatnot. It's a little weird not to have that in my capital, though. So again, I'm going to ignore the recommendations. These are good recommendations, by the way, but I have a specific strategy in mind that we're going to be trying here, because again, it's an easy difficulty, so it's not the end of the world if I get a little reckless. But I'm going to start by building a worker here. That's going to take us 5 years or 5 turns, and the idea is that we're going to be getting the growth right away with these camps. We'll probably wind up taking the gems as well, but that's another matter. Now, before I go too much further, I actually want to finish off these barbarians. So, one of our slinger units showed exemplary courage on the battlefield. His deeds merit a promotion. How shall he be recognized? So we could promote the slinger. That'll cost us 50 gold, and we'll gain 200 XP. We can hold a celebration in Babylon. So Babylon is connected with Babylon. That's good to know. So 130 gain triumph in Babylon. Now let's see if I can find out what's going on with. So Ed Baver, how do I build a road then? Oh, do I? So you're saying that I should take that worker and I should just hit the build road button? What was I looking? Right, I was looking for Triumph. It probably isn't a... Drat. Yeah, this is a tricky one. Oh, this is interesting. So it looks like I can't actually... I'm going to have to submit this as a bug. So it looks like I can't actually select the battlefield promotion. So yeah, I kind of wanted to find out what the Triumph would give me in the encyclopedia, but this is covering it. All right, so we cannot afford such extravagance. I'm definitely not going to do that. Gain Triumph in Babylon or the extra XP. You know what? I think I'm going to try the Triumph. Let's just do some crazy things. Am I going to be able to be sneaky and also get the promotion in? All right, so what's going on in Babylon? Okay, so it's plus two training per year. So I wonder if we're generating that or not. Okay, so you're saying that's how I construct roads. So I've got a worker here. Where's the... Oh, hang on. It requires labor force. We did actually cover that before, Ed Baber. So basically, if I want to build a road, I actually need the technology for roads before. And this is why it's important to... If you run in with an expectation from a previous game about how things work, it's really easy to get frustrated when a game behaves differently. So that was one of the reasons why we spent a lot of time looking at the ironworking and whatnot, is to decide whether or not it was sort of the later upgrades that we would get would be worth it. So the simple answer is we're not actually able to construct roads yet. And of course, I would have to be dedicating workers who are better placed towards doing some other upgrades before. Ooh, a calm emissary, a calm barbarian leader arrives in your court, poised and cautious. He says, the Danes will not quarrel with your people if you agree to leave them alone. What do you say? Today we celebrate Kevin. He threw a rock and killed a guy the other day. What do you think of this, Uncle Cranky? I know you don't normally play a lot of well, you say you don't normally play a lot of strategy stuff, but you've been doing Chimera Squad and XCOM 2 recently. Are you a fan of Civilization-style games? Does this intrigue you? All right, the Calm Dane. We do not wish to quarrel. So, obviously, I'm sort of foregoing the possibility of wiping these guys out and taking the territory, but I'm not exactly spoiling for a fight here. All right, I've got 9 orders left, so let's see what else I can work with. I'll save this guy for last. I want to get a bit of an idea about where the borders end. And as for you, I would very much like to have... So yeah, this is a tricky call for me. Even with 3 explorers, I feel like there's more stuff that I want to be investigating. So what I think I'm going to do, I'm actually going to be bringing... I'm going to bring this unit back to Babylon, but I'm going to take an indirect route. I want to try and get rid of some of the fog of war, and then as I'm going through Babylon, hopefully they'll get a little bit of healing in as well. So for practical purposes, I don't think this is really going to help me with my next settler, but of course now I get the small bonuses like finding ancient ruins and whatnot. So I'm now known as the Intrepid. So additional legitimacy, that's going to help me with my my orders problems. And a sacred tomb. Again, I really like these. I really like these events. Oh, hello. I just clicked on this, and there's a browser window that opened up. Oh, this is awesome. Okay, so let me just take a quick minute here. I'm gonna switch the. So this is the, sorry guys, I know some of you don't like it when it suddenly goes white. So one of the things, I was talking about this earlier on with my experience of Civilization. I really loved going into, the Civilopedia. So again, I was really, really young when I played my first Civilization game. And what was neat about that game was that I would go into the Civilopedia to understand the units, but there's only so many times that you can build a hoplite before you kind of wonder what they are. And what the Civilopedia was so good about was it would sort of present you, it would present the history alongside the stats for the unit. So what I did was I clicked on the little book here. Beside Sacred Tomb, and it opened my browser to there we go, to the Tomb of Cyrus. So again, this is exactly the sort of stuff that I This is exactly the sort of stuff that like originally got me into the Civilization games, and how the Civilization games originally got me into history. I love that they did this. I know Crusader Kings does a really similar thing as well. Actually, you know what? Let me just take a minute here. I'm not going to spend the whole time on it, but let's read about the Tomb of Cyrus. So, and I guess you guys will probably like it if I make it readable here. So the Tomb of Cyrus is the monument to Cyrus the Great, approximately 1 kilometer southwest of the palaces of Pasargadae. Sorry, I'm not very good with the pronunciation. According to Greek sources, it dates back to 559 to 529 BC, the most extensive description based on a lost account by Aristobulus, who had accompanied Alexander the Great on his eastern campaign in the late 4th century BC, is to be found in the Anabasis of Arrian, 629, written in the 2nd century AD. So obviously there's a lot of details inside here. We've got Cyrus the Great Day, unofficial holiday in a land that takes place annually in the Tomb of Cyrus on October 29th, 7th. But yeah, I encourage you, I'm never going to be able to tell people how to enjoy games. But I strongly recommend, if you do wind up picking this game up, or you wind up playing this game, however you do click on these things, do engage with the history. This is a wonderful way where instead of a game just lecturing you on history, this is a wonderful way that you can enrich your understanding both of the world, but also exactly what's going on inside of the game. It's one of the most exciting things about games, and it's a return to the sort of things that really make these 4X games really special to me. So the in-game, this is an in-game link to Wikipedia. Obviously, I had to go to full screen mode to show you that, and I try to keep the browsers closed because it interferes with the frame rate. I love this touch so much. I was a little disappointed when I saw the help screen was so focused on game mechanics, but now I realize it's because in the end, they included the historical references elsewhere. So, our expedition approaches an ancient monument. The structure appears to be the tomb of a great leader. Sorry, Cyrus. An inscription reads, "Passerby, whoever you may be, I was once king of kings. Grudge me not, therefore, this piece of earth that covers my body." So we can leave the tomb undisturbed. In this case, gracious, so additional charisma, which will give me a bonus towards my civics rate. You can say, "There is no king but me, destroy it," which will give me additional legitimacy. Or, "Let us study their preservation rituals," which will give me additional research. Now, this is a tricky call, because in one sense there's sort of the fixed benefit of the research that's going to put me up to about just a little over 100 research, which is pretty close to sovereignty. We'll have that basically done next turn. But then there's sort of the long-term benefit. This is tied to my character, and I feel like my character still has a nice long life ahead of them. So we're able to gain this nice benefit of the extra civics for a while. We'll be able to enact some laws. So let's leave it undisturbed. I'll be good guy Cyrus, or good guy Nebuchadnezzar. All right, is there anything else I want to do this turn? I don't think so. So a couple things I'm uncomfortable with right now. I've got some holes in the map. I don't have a really direct path for claiming this city site. This is actually going to be a bit difficult. I feel like if Persia wants to take this, they will. And there's an open question as to whether or not this is something I really want to contest. There's goats, there's deer or game for me to fight over. I might be lucky and be able to claim some marble off of this. It's I think this is really just so that I can block my admittedly ally, but they're an ally up to the point that I think they're going to win the game. But as it is, I think I think we'll end the turn and see where we're at. Ambition. You have unlocked the ability to choose an ambition. Ambitions are goals that your families would like for you to pursue, and completing them will grant you and all of your descendants a permanent boost to orders. Completing an ambition immediately unlocks another, and completing 10 will win you the game, so always do your best to fulfill your current ambition. Here are a couple of simple ambitions to get you started. So You just bought it. You generally do not buy incomplete games, but this is so complete. Well, it's an early access. So thank you very much for supporting Mohawk Games. Sorry again, I don't want to be too much of a mercenary on this, but for those of you who do want to pick this up, if you do use that affiliate link, there is a boost towards the creator revenue or supporter creator revenue. It is maybe worth mentioning the creators are Mohawk Games. I am somebody who is streaming their game, and hopefully I'm making it sufficiently enticing that you will support those developers. So whether you decide to use the affiliate link or not, it's a nice way to kind of help me keep doing this stuff. But even if you don't use it, I would love it if you'd consider picking this thing up. Because one, this game will be better if more people play it and point out where things aren't quite working for them and maybe where things are working for them. But on top of that, these games do need support. If you are interested in things like this, you want to see more 4X games, and more importantly, you want to see more 4X games that bring something original to the table. It's good to support it. And personally, I find stuff like this really exciting to play. Because just like Industries of Titan, you're able to sort of see this game grow into something even better. So again, like I said, I don't want to harp too much about it. And if it's if you don't wind up using the affiliate link, I'm not going to feel hard done by about it. But Mohawk Games is definitely a company worth supporting, in my opinion. And so for those of you on the fence, do consider it. And it is worth mentioning that Epic does now have wish lists. So if you don't feel it's quite ready, if you want to still wait and see the game, what happens throughout development, you can still wishlist the game and pick it up when you think you're ready to go. All right, you've unlocked the... Oh, sorry, yes. So here are a couple to get started. We can control 4 cities, or we can kill 5 enemy units. Now, it seems to me we have 1 enemy unit that is sort of on our path to being able to take out. We're currently in a truce with the Danes, and we are on good terms with King Cyrus. And of course, we have been pursuing the strategy of building a lot of settlers and whatnot. So it seems to me that the sensible ambition is to control 4 cities. Obviously, again, I did sort of know that this was coming up, so I was relying a little bit on private knowledge that this was a direction that I wanted to go. But it's also kind of hard to say that that's a bad choice. I don't believe this slinger unit gets a bonus on the river. Actually, you know what? Let's do a quick promotion. So I could make you Horsebane against cavalry. Fighting from trees is plus 25. Focus is a higher critical chance. I feel like a higher crit chance is good. So one drawback here, of course, is that I'm delaying my trip to the barbarians, but they're not going anywhere, so we can wait on that. We might actually... That feels really quick. It's entirely possible we might actually be able to take these guys on next turn. I don't really believe that, though. All right, I'm going to wait for the... Well, no, you know what? Let's see what's going on. All right, these guys actually know how to connect to their capital, it looks like. Oh, that looks like that's the edge of the map. So, yeah, we've got them boxed in pretty well, it looks like. I'm going to assume that there's... Well, no, we cover both of these exits. I'm definitely going to need to set up some defenses, but we should be in good shape. I wonder what this unit is. So this is a... They also have slingers. Okay. And they've got 2 slingers. And it looks like they've got 2 workers. So they're definitely building up their infrastructure a lot faster than me. All right. Oh man, there's a lot of stuff to check out here. I do kind of want to be careful about that. I mean, it's nice that I'm checking out all this stuff on the map, but the fact of the matter is that because I'm at peace with the Danes and I don't really have any intention of fighting with them, I probably shouldn't be wasting a whole lot of resources exploring this side of the map. I've noticed... Whoa! Sorry, I got a little too carried away. So you can sort of see the distinction between what the edge of the world is and the edge of my exploration. I believe we still have some way to go before we find the full west. Yeah, this is kind of a hard one to justify because I don't really see a lot of expansion opportunities, and what I want to be looking at is, do I put a settler up here on the city site, or do I try and move to the southern city site and then take on the barbarians here? I'm still not 100% sure how I feel about that. These guys we promoted this turn, right? Yeah. Okay. So, sovereignty is not going to take me a long time. In theory, I should consider quarry because I'm actually at a point where we'll be getting some stone, but I feel in the time that it takes me to get the settler down and take advantage of the quarry, we're going to be able to take advantage of it. Whereas here we can do sort of the tyranny and constitution and whatnot under our laws. While we're at it, let's just take a quick look. We haven't really been looking too much in the laws screen here, but... Okay. Yeah, so all of this is constrained by tech. So Constitution gives me the additional civics, whereas Tyranny gives me the extra gold per military unit. And I think we're doing fine for gold right now. Now, religion's kind of a neat one. So in this case, we need 2 acolytes before we can found Zoroastrianism. We haven't really touched on this because I don't have, I don't have any of the prerequisites. So one nice thing, we'll get the additional culture. I believe that's true for everyone. So the only exception is that Christianity gives discontent as well. Manichaeism obviously can only have, well, maybe not obvious. It depends how much you know about Manichaeism. But one of the requirements is that Zoroastrianism is already a thing. So the most likely religion that we would be founding would be Zoroastrianism. Now, there's a couple of ways I can think about this. So I'm like, okay, well, I want to found a religion, and I will. I'm gonna have to build the acolytes, and then of course I'm gonna also have the civics on time. So this is going to involve some pretty serious investment for me to be able to achieve that. Judaism, I need ranchers as well as labor force. Christianity, I need a certain number of citizens as well as metaphysics, and then of course we need Judaism to have taken root. And then essentially this is going to give me another set of things to select as part of my civics. So in practice, what I should probably be preparing for would be to either found Zoroastrianism through building acolytes, or to prepare for somebody beating me to that and to produce Manichaeism. There has to be 3 cities that have the religion. All right. Oh, actually, it looks like we're close to the edge of the map. This will be really good if we've sort of seen what the whole map looks like. Again, this idea that you can harvest resources, it still makes the explorer units really useful. Okay. And I don't think there's anything else for me to do right now. I wonder, I can't remember if there's a button for the religion, or for the ambitions. I think it just sort of tells you... All right, succession. Your family line has a new heir, Prince Kurigalzu. Training strong heirs will be vital for the survival of your nation, as once your current ruler is gone, someone will need to take the reins. Once your heir has grown up a bit, you'll be able to choose a subject for them to study, guiding them into the role that you need them to fulfill. Your family is able to do more than rule, though. Employing them as governors and counselors can be powerful options as you build your court. This is a day for celebration. So we get additional culture in Babylon. And again, it's telling us we can disable the tutorial events. But like I said, even if you're familiar with the game, I do tend to find keeping the tutorials on, especially if you haven't played something in a while. Being able to what's the best way for me to put it? being able to get a reminder, especially if you've been away from a game for a bit, getting a reminder in terms of what the game sort of thinks you should be doing at the time is nice. And again, it's a little bit like the streaming thing, right? If you say why you're making a particular decision and it doesn't turn out, you are able to have that moment of reflection and say, okay, this is why this thing didn't work for me. Culture. Babylon has reached developing a new culture level. Higher tiers of culture unlocked additional improvements and wonders for your cities. Each new tier will also trigger a positive event for the city. Today, a group of laborers has decided to join your workforce, granting you a new worker. So I'll put them to work right away. This is really big. So I should be deciding whether I want to continue developing the capital, or I want to try and develop a COD. Looks like the worker's sort of handling itself, but I think one major problem that I had was it's all well and good for me to say that I want to. It's all well and good for me to say that I want to sort of develop a lot of settlers and whatnot. I do need to make sure that my growth is intact. So let's just take a quick look at what's going on in the farm here. Right, so the farm gives me food, it doesn't give me growth. So let's have a little think about what we're going to accomplish here. So I could build a farmer. Farmer will make the growth go up by 1 per year. Good. But it will also cost me time where I don't build a settler. That's not so good. And then it costs a citizen. I actually don't remember. Okay, I have 1 citizen right now. I don't remember what the red circle means, but... So if I were to make this specialist, that would take 6 years. That's a long time to wait. I could be building another settler in that time. I think I'm just going to queue up another settler, if I'm completely honest. Oh, that's going to take 7 years. This is the big problem, right? Because the whole idea was that Babylon grows, and I get the extra science from that. But if I keep building settlers, I don't see that growth. But I mean, holding off just means I don't get. No, you know what? I know how I'm getting out of this. So I'm going to build the extra settler. But once we get the worker built in a COD, we're going to start making the settlements produce the additional settlers. We're also getting a little short on iron. I'm not too worried about that though, because it's a small enough deficit that I'm able to. I'm going to be able to buy my way out of it if it's a problem. Okay, so now the question is, what are we going to do about the farm? So again, it's nice to have farms. We're not in a particular. I mean, the rate at which I'm generating food for all of the units that I'm building, I am probably going to run into problems. But the question is this the best thing I could be building right now? If I build the Shrine to Marduk, I will be getting culture as well as civics. And obviously we've got some big plans for civics coming up. The Shrine of Nabu will help me out with my science. And then the mine, there's actually a couple things that I'll be getting from the mine. I believe it gives me... Actually, now that I think of it, the silver mine may not give me the iron. It would be weird if a silver mine gave me... I bet if I hold Alt, it'll tell me exactly what it'll give me. Yeah, so I'll get money for it, but I won't get anything else. Okay, so let's 86 the... Well, we're not 86ing it because we never built it. Let's say the silver mine is aspirational. So now the question is, it's the duel of the shrines. I think in this case I'm going to go for the early science. And my plan for the reason why I'm doing this is that the earlier I get the science, obviously the faster I build everything. The extra culture will be nice, but the civics will be nice as well. But in practice, once I have sovereignty, I'm not really going to need the extra civics for a while, unless I wind up, with some spare acolytes sort of in an unknown place. The other thing that's worth mentioning too, this is the recommendation of the game, right? There's absolutely nothing saying that I need to follow these guidelines. The fact of the matter, this is, I just believe it's scrub. So, removing it gives me the extra wood, which is kind of nice. But what are the things that I can get out of this? I can build a farm for 5. Well, if I want to build a farm, I might as well build it near the volcano, right? If I want to build a mine, well, that'll help me with the iron, and maybe it's a little bit better than building it over here, where I'd only be getting 5. But it's kind of it's a little hard to justify that that on its own. The other thing that's a bit weird here is the Shrine of Ereshkigal. This gives me bonuses towards quarries, but I don't have any quarries right now. So it seems to me that it's either the Shrine to Marduk or the Science, and I think this the Shrine to Nabu is the one that I really want to be working with right now. So, and again, we'll be paying in terms of stone, but we've got a pretty healthy reserve, so I'm not as panicked about that. This is just giving me an idea of what the what my rivals' holdings are like. We'll swing around and be on our way back. Be nice if I can clear out what's inside here before the settler comes. And I suppose, seeing as I'm already investigating the river, we'll take it to the... do I want to take it to the end? Well, I'm going to have to decide what I want to do with these guys. I mean, we're already into it, right? So I'm, there might be some fun stuff for me to find in this area. If I don't, then I've got a long journey ahead of me to find new places that I can explore. Speaking of, again, I want to do a little sightseeing on my way. Okay, we'll get a little harvesting. I do want to take the opportunity. Aha! City site's always nice, particularly because it's close to salt, which will be giving me additional culture for, in this case, Akkad. But that'll be helpful. Nobody ever had a problem founding a city near Mount Etna, did they? And yeah, it looks like we can actually get by pretty quickly. But we did run out of turns, so I can march. Oh no, I'm out of orders, so I could buy them with experience. Yeah, you know what? I really don't like these barbarians, as you can see. So it seems to me a decent use of my military resources to be able to clear out the riffraff. My wife has given birth to a son, Agam. So this is one thing that's worth... oh, sorry. Unless this game is planning ahead, as it were, hoping and expecting to build the quarries. Remember, this game does have a focus on individual rulers, right? You're no longer the social planner from Civilization. So if you take a look right now, we have primogeniture, which means that our firstborn is going to be inheriting the kingdom. We've got a duke just below him. So what's most likely going to be happening in this case is this person will either become a counselor or a governor or something like that. So one thing I might want to keep in mind, now I'm assuming not assuming, but there are things that can interrupt sort of the plans for succession. So if I go too specialized on something, if an event happens in a game to cause the what's the way to put it? Upset my plans, I might wind up with a weaker ruler than I want. But right now I'm going to be operating on the assumption that my firstborn is going to inherit the kingdom, and I need to find something productive for Agam to do. Maybe just marry him off to someone and form an alliance. If I want, I can change the laws. So I could do, ultimogeniture, lateral, dynastic, and seniority. Personally, I don't see much of a benefit to changing the succession laws. It's definitely not like Crusader Kings, where you're going to be seeing your kingdom split into a million pieces in a really negative way. At least I don't find it the current situation, I don't find any reason to spend those resources, which could be spent on something else. Humble emissaries from Persia kneel before your throne, unable to meet your searching eye. They have come to request aid. Future generations of our people will remember your generosity. Please, we have nowhere else to turn. Shall we lend Persia our support? So we can try and provide stone. We will be giving up 140. That's about a third of our reserves, and we don't have a source of stone in favor of 20 opinion. Or we can say, sadly, we are in no position to give aid. And of course, the nice thing here is that I get the experience. So frankly, I see no reason to support Persia. I don't want to go to war with them, but I don't necessarily want to strengthen them either. So, more research. The game is recommending husbandry, interesting. Oh yeah, I know why they're recommending husbandry, because we can't build the pastures right now. So labor force, I will admit, I would be very heavily inclined to taking labor force, being able to build some roads, being able to choose freedom for the additional science. All of this stuff would be great, but right now my growth of... My growth in Akan is reliant on husbandry, so I'm going to accept that I'm not going to be able to build the roads very quickly. But if I'm not able to build pastures, this worker that's going to be coming up in 2 years is going to be pretty useless. But first things first, let's deal with the riffraff. Nice heavy batch of damage. We'll continue to do our circuit around the Persian holdings. These guys definitely... Oops. So I didn't actually trigger a fatigued event, so now it's just explaining fatigue to me. The scout has used all of its moves and become fatigued. A fatigued unit can be ordered to march, but moves after marching require twice as many orders. Your scout will refresh his moves next turn. So I will march a unit if I need to move it now. I don't see any reason to do that, so... I hate that I'm doing this, but yeah, let's go. Let's go on an adventure. Oop. Should have investigated that. And yeah, it looks like we aren't actually at the edge of the world, so... I do kind of dislike the fact that I've neutralized the benefit of having that that spare explorer, but I am finding stuff to investigate, so... Here we'll harvest the gems. In this case, Akkad is going to wind up with the extra culture. Again, a lot of this is just me taking the opportunity to see some sights. All right, and we can end the turn. We have 5 orders left, but I don't think there's anything special for me to be doing right now. It's next turn that we'll get another worker available. And again, we can't build the camp until we finish husbandry, so I think we're just waiting for some of my some of the seeds to bear fruit. All right, so again, the barbarians aren't taking this lying down, but I'm fairly confident in our ability to take these guys out, so... King Nebuchadnezzar the Intrepid has gained experience, so I can upgrade my charisma for even more civics. We can upgrade to shield bearer, so I would be better against ranged, or horsebane better against mounted. Now, I don't particularly... like, he's a general out of necessity. I don't actually really want to have to use this unit in war that much. I've got a pretty peaceful set of neighbors, and of course it is a low difficulty game. So it seems to me that the charisma is the right option here, because it's going to be giving me benefits towards the basically towards things that will provide some bonuses to my overall civilization. Now, if I thought that I was going to be going to war with King Cyrus or the Danes, you know, in a fairly short period of time, I might want to change that point of view. But at this point here, it just seems to me. I mean, and again, 8 defense for a unit that's probably going to be sitting in my my cities. It's kind of hard to say that that's a bad that's a bad thing. But in this particular case here, I'm just happy to take the extra points, and we've hit the end of the world. So obviously, I don't have the points to be able to do the promotion. So once we're done, we'll head up. I'm going to take the scenic route. We'll try and get some, clear out some of the fog of war while we're on our way home. But we've cleared out the barbarians, and I'm feeling particularly pleased with myself. So if I want, I can remove trees. I'm not too excited about these particular options here, because I tend to get the extra woods from doing things like building farms anyway. And I'm, to be honest, I'm actually really not. I'm really not in any need of wood right now. So We can build a garrison here. This will give me some extra orders. Now, the drawback about this is that this is going to put a drain on my... this is going to put a drain on my stone. It does allow me to get a governor, which would be kind of nice. But I think what I want to do is maybe secure a little bit more of my position before I build something like the garrison. Being able to have a source of stone would be a really nice thing. So my choices right now are the silver mine or the farm, and it seems to me that again, the food, the growth is probably my higher priority in the current situation. So extra farm. All right, again, our faithful scouts are getting a peek at what the Persians have. So it looks like the Persians have developed spearmen. This should give me an idea about what their technology looks like. So they don't have composite bows. Looks like they've got phalanx though. So we're potentially falling behind on tech. It's alternatively they've gone really deep down a path without pursuing some of these other ones. So I want to keep an eye on that. The sudden music made you very confused. Oh, interesting. Did I just lose a bunch of progress towards... No, I didn't. Okay. Gold workers. This hidden jungle city boasts a hoard of gold jewelry, pendants, lip plugs, nose ornaments, necklaces, and earrings. All of the workmanship at the site displays the same signature style and unparalleled skill with gold. Such a trove of gold is always welcome, of course. There are many ways to utilize it. So we could increase the treasury for 160 gold. We could send it to our troops, which will boost our training rate, or we could study the craftsmanship. This will give me additional experience in science, and I think you guys probably know what I'm going to be picking. But let's go into detail about why I'm choosing what I am. So we're generating 45 gold a turn, or money is specifically what it's saying here. And it obviously has its uses, right? I can buy and sell different commodities, but I haven't actually been running into any resource constraints save for civics. So the resources that I can buy, I'm not in any major deficits of, and I feel like I should be able to mostly handle any of the future obligations I'm going to have. So essentially what the extra money is going to mean is it's just going to be sitting in my treasury not doing a whole lot. And given that we're 10 turns into the game, I actually really want to be using more of my resources to try and gain some sort of advantage. So then there's a question, okay, do I want to send it to the troops? Well, certainly, boosting the training rate. If you think about this, you could say I'm generating 20 a turn, so getting 125 is a little over 5 turns worth of improvements. And certainly I'd be able to make my slinger unit, which is the only military unit I have right now. That would definitely make that a bit better. But then I've sort of said how I'm not really building towards any military goals, and it seems to me that if I'm going to be committing to military, it shouldn't be about a single unit getting all the bonuses. Let's face it, that slinger's going to die pretty quickly if we wind up going to war with Persia. It seems to me that my military edge is going to come from actually investing in it and trying to build them up. So by elimination, that kind of leaves me with craftsmanship. Craftsmanship is going to help me get to husbandry closer, and we know we want to get that done as quickly as possible. And then, of course, the extra 20% for my main character is something that will be improving my my ability to govern and whatnot. So let's study the craftsmanship. So as you can see, we've only got 2 years on husbandry now. Friend or foe, our troops encounter a traveling artisan. He says that his nation of Carthage has already established a great civilization in distant lands, but he wishes to see the world. What shall we tell him? We can invite the traveler to settle in Babylonia, and we gain a farmer. Tell him nothing of us. We become vigilant, and as a governor, plus 50% city defense, and take him captive to learn Carthage's secrets. So a nice big bonus to research, but we do make enemies with Dido. And frankly, I would like a specialized unit in Babylon. So we will invite him to settle in Babylonia. We've now found Carthage. I believe Uncle Cranky has a few opinions about Carthage. But let's just take a quick minute here. I want to see exactly what the effects of that were. So I believe, yes. So this is what we were trying to do earlier. The problem I'm running into is that while I'm building these farms and I would like to do more, remember how I chose not to build this specialist? And it was because I said, well, it's going to take me about as long as it's going to take to build a settler to build the thing that makes it faster to build settlers. So in the end, I decided against that investment. And so the decision that I made, one, it didn't anger a potential rival. So we're in neutral relations with Carthage. In practice, I don't think we're going to see them anytime soon. I mean, I know we can see the Explorer, but in practice, I don't actually think we're really going to be running into any of these individual problems. Or at least, I'll have good warning about them potentially being a source of trouble. But what I have gained, of course, is I've gained the time that it would take me to build this specialist. Instead, I can sort of make the investments in the treasury. This is maybe one thing that I wasn't very good at explaining a little bit earlier, but there are the benefits from the tile. I should maybe the better way for me to explain this is that, so the specialist is giving me particular bonuses. I'm getting extra science, I'm getting extra growth, I'm getting extra food. And what we might want to take a look at is what this tile is currently giving me compared to what it was before. So basically in 3 years' time, we should be seeing our food be a different value as a result of this farm, even though we don't necessarily have the specialist working it. That's at least my understanding of how it works. So this is a Carthaginian explorer. I mean, if I want, I can keep looking, but I think in this case here, I really just wanted to explore the ruins, and seeing as we've got a river that we can take advantage of, I'm gonna move over there. Now, I'd love to do a little bit more of a look at Mount Etna, but I am able to get some goodies at the salt, so additional culture in Akkad. And at this point here, it's worth noting, I was going to be heading up north so that I could scout out this city site. So what I want to be doing now is basically making a beeline to my territory. I think I'm actually going to go into the territory for Akkad because this will allow me to get a little bit of healing in. But I'm out of moves this turn. I think actually I might have made myself... I might have put myself in a tricky spot. That's fine, though. I'll just be sure to move my folks next turn. We will be getting the settler next turn, so I want to be... If you notice, I've been a little I've been a little careless in how I've moved my units. So some of the units I want to prioritize for exploration. I want to be getting my slinger into a location that they can heal. I want to make sure that I'm moving my settler to the city site as quickly as possible. I want to make sure that all of the individual choices I make, I want to make sure that I am prioritizing the right units for movement. I'm also a little curious what happens to this city site in 6 years. I suspect we won't be able to take it over in time. I actually don't remember. My wife has given birth to a daughter, Damikatum. Sorry, I'm not good with the names. Oh, yes, let's take a look at the laws. I don't believe I have the civics for it, but... Oh, yeah, we're rather far away from Constitution, so maybe I was a little too quick to say we didn't need the extra civics. All right, barbarians, your cities have trained another settler, so you may have to defeat some barbarians to access more city sites. Barbarians do not behave like tribes, as you are always at war with them. They are good targets for early expansion, as they are easier to drive away than a more organized tribe. I will clear out these barbarians and found my new city. So, of course, we've already cleared out the barbarians, but what I will be doing here is I'm going to be heading towards this city site. Now, this is one of the worst things you can do in a 4X game like this, is just to move a settler into an unknown territory, but unfortunately I don't have a ton of options. I don't have a lot of units in the area, so one of the things I'm going to be trying to accomplish is to clear out a little bit of the fog with my slingers. And one thing I'll be doing is once I clear out this, I'm actually going to be heading to that city site as well, just because it'll be within my territory and I can heal, and of course it's the most likely place that a conflict will emerge. Alright, Akkad doesn't know what it's producing because it's already given us a worker. So I could, of course, do some infrastructure for Akkad, or I could say, you know what, it's time for the colonies to be doing their own work. So I think in this case I am going to get them to build a settler. This is going to take a long time, but I'm going to try and close the distance on that a little bit by building the pastures. That's going to happen in one turn. Oh, we could build the Hanging Gardens right away. We don't have the stone for it, but I could definitely buy that. Kind of feel like the pastures are the thing I should be focusing on right now. I do want to build the Hanging Gardens, I just don't want to build them right now. So let's figure out what we're doing with our orders first, because it seems to me there's no benefit to having this. There's no benefit to having this worker. Excuse me. Having this worker use up an order when we know it's going to be next turn that they're actually doing the thing that I want them to do. I am, however, going to move this scout and move them to Babylon first. Kind of feel like I should be doing a heal at some point, but let's see what the next units are. Okay, let's keep spying on the neighbors. This guy's a little bit of a higher priority explorer. Aha! Am I willing to force march him? Good question. Nope, but I will move him before the settler, I think. And I should make a decision about the guy who I left. So we can't... Oh, this is a good thing to note here. So notice that I moved on the goats, but it's grayed out the harvest. It's not because it's already been harvested, although there is a cooldown on it. But you can't actually do that move on something that is already within your borders. So I think in this case I'll hit the heal button. And I'll use my remaining movement points just to go on a little bit of an adventure and see what's going on. So it looks like we found the edge of the world here. And it's full of Danes. Mysterious sword. A poor elderly farmer comes to court bearing a blade of unusual metal covered in exotic designs. He discovered it in a deep network of caverns on his lands and believes it would make a worthy gift for a ruler. Will you take the sword? So I can accept the sword with gifts for the farmer. So that'll cost me 30 wealth. I will gain Mysterious Sword Owner, which will give me additional culture in Babylon. I can say the sword is mine by right, give it to me, and I just become the Mysterious Sword Owner. I believe... Oh, this is an interesting question. So I don't get the culture for it, and then it is likely cursed. Send him away at once. No, I think in this case here, this is a really good way for me to convert some of the money that I've been sitting on into some culture. So now, I'm curious if there's anything about Mysterious Sword Owner that I can find out. No. Alright. I'm sure we'll find out sooner rather than later what the effects of that are. It's possible, Uncle Cranky, although of course we are Babylonians, so... You have a side question, sidely related. What is the relation between Carthage and the Phoenicians? Are you talking about in the game? In this case, the Phoenicians are not a playable civilization. But I can give you the description of Queen Dido if that'll help. Okay, so the game here is recommending composite bow. That's going to take 7 years. I can see why if I view the tech tree. So one way of looking at this would be... Okay, look, the bad guys have got the phalanx. You can defend your cities with bows, And the catch to it is it's going to take me 7 turns to do that. I am much more inclined to say labor force. It's going to take me 4 years. I'm going to be able to build the roads, and I'm also going to be able to choose freedom. Now, freedom is going to cost me 400 civics, so I'm going to have to make some hard choices about where I want to prioritize my my points. I got to be really careful about the orders that I'm using up. Old soldier. A weathered old soldier crouches in the ruins. She says that she had once commanded the city guard before a great sickness destroyed the population. So we can learn her military techniques, we'll get free technology, military drill, or invite her to lead our troops, and we get a great soldier. It seems to me that free tech, I mean, again, that saves me years, so military drill it is. And again, here the priority is going to be just trying to find any barbarians that might be eating my my settler when the time comes. So it looks like we're pretty safe. Good news. But we're still gonna have to wait a little while for this. Now, I think I'm okay. Like, so originally I wanted to go pretty close to the borders. In this case, I'm actually okay being a bit closer to Babylon here. It does bring me a little closer to the gold mine, although I don't think we'll be able to get it. Looks like we're still able to take advantage of the all of the herds. Oh yeah, actually this is an ideal location. There might be something here that's fancy, because notice how the... Oh no, that's just the natural progression. Yeah, so this seems to give me access to more resources, and again, it's not quite as an aggressive move. So yeah, we'll head towards here, but clearly we have a couple turns before that's gonna become a priority. All right, so again, I'd love to build the Hanging Gardens. I can definitely buy the stone for it, but maybe let's walk before we run. Let's get some pastures down so that we can actually see some growth in this city. So we will build, not a farm, we will build a pasture. So again, it's worth noting, it's like, well, what do pastures get me? Why do I want to build a pasture rather than a farm? One of the chief benefits is, remember how farms give me just food. Food in and of itself does not grow. There is growth that grows, and having a pasture with goats is going to be a way that I can get free growth without having a farmer unit. So here we'll build a pasture. I'm going to skip over this unit for now. I think I want to make some other decisions before that. Here we're just going to be seeing what our potential is for additional city sites. And then, of course, whenever I can, we'll explore fancy locations. And using the sword. What shall you do with your mysterious sword? It is a rare treasure indeed. Hey, Runebroder, how are you doing? I can wield it in battle, so plus 50% versus infantry. So if I feel like I'm in danger against Cyrus and his spearmen, that would be helpful. I can put it on public display, so I'll gain additional legitimacy, and we'll gain a sword cult in Babylon. Or I could sell it to a wealthy collector for a lot of money. I think public display is the right option here. Again, I'm not doing a particularly military-focused playthrough, so... Let's take a quick look in Babylon and see what the story is here. Ah, this is good to know. So it's maintenance. So citizens will give me additional orders. That says plus, so I'm assuming that's an increase in maintenance minus food? No, that can't be right. I guess that reduces the overall costs on maintenance, maybe? I'm just trying to see where I might be finding the effects of this sword cult. Ah, so it improves culture. So basically we gain 4.2 every turn. Now, one thing I am a little curious about, I can't believe I haven't actually tried this. Oh, but I'm actually not able to see any of these guys. Okay, I was gonna say, I wonder if I can take a peek inside of the cities and see what's going on, but no such luck. All right, so any remaining movement basically is dedicated to the these jokers. So I'd like to go north, but I sort of know that Carthage has already claimed this territory, so I'm actually going to double back, and I think I want to take a look at what's to the south. More Danes. All right, and we're out of orders. I don't see any point in spending the points to get some extra moves. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Settlers could harvest as well. All right. Well, I know I only need 2 for the orders, so we'll harvest the game here. Now, here's a question: do I want to make it another Kassite city? So, of course, the drawback here is all of my settlements are not connected to the capital. But I mean, I kind of gotta work with the hand I've been dealt, right? So I don't really like the idea of losing the legitimacy. Now I'm realizing the flaw in such rapid expansion. The thing is that there's a huge benefit to making so many pastures in this area. I wonder if the encyclopedia might be able to give me some ideas about what to do here. Oh, Kaylee Cakes, it's wonderful to see you again. How are you doing? This is, how much do you know about games like Civilization and things like that? This is a really interesting one that's going to be coming out on May the 5th by a company called Mohawk Games. They made a really great little economic real-time strategy game called Off-World Trading Company. And the lead designer on this, Soren Johnson, did work on Civilization 3. I think they did the AI, and I think there was some design work. They're also the lead on Civilization 4. And then if you've ever played Spore, they worked on the kind of the strategy part of the game after you've gone past the tribal stage. So this is kind of a return to a genre that that they're associated with. And what's really neat about it is that it's I saw one of his GDC talks about sort of the inheriting certain ideas from genres, and sort of these things that you take for granted, and sort of how you re-examine them and kind of have some progress. And it's kind of neat now to see all the results of that type of thinking. So. All right. I could have sworn there was something about these founding seat. Again, this is one of these points where I feel like I should know this better, and yet I'm drawing a total blank on the founding idea. This is definitely the case where if I had the oh, here we go. Maybe there's something. I keep forgetting about. So, sorry, I should maybe clarify here. I've been just sitting on the Empires button. I don't think this actually gives me the found a seat button, though. But these actually, there's some meaningful differences. So, I get to take a look at my queen consort and my sons and whatnot. Oh, and I have a daughter, too, now. But yeah, How do I like Old World so far? CMA Goon, this is I think it's a really interesting take on 4X. I mean, I'm very much inclined towards like, I've enjoyed it for a while now. I still stumble. I mean, this is the problem, right? I did have a little time away from it, so I'm stumbling over a couple of basic concepts inside of it. But what I like the most is that it is very much recognizable as a 4X game, but I think the thing that I like the most is a lot of the things that have been added. Things like orders, or sort of the focus on, maybe not the focus, but definitely this touch of individuals, sort of almost a Crusader Kings-ish sort of approach to individual rulers and succession and whatnot. In some ways, it kind of feels like some of these improvements are things that should have always been in the genre all along. They fit really, really well, and again, it's an early access game, so there's always going to be points where, I rub up against some ideas where I'm like, wait a minute, what was that supposed to do again? But they are largely, I mean, these are not necessarily things that that make make for they're like, I'm trying to come up with the right way of saying this. They're not the sort of thing that, make me throw up my hands and say I give up. I'm completely stumped on that founding. But I mean, at this point, I'm just clicking random screens. I should not do that. So families are just going to tell me about the families. Wouldn't be a project, would it? No. You like Civ and Civ and 4X. You love CK2, so you're very interested in Old World, but there's been a lot of mediocre 4X games in recent years. I don't know. Like I think there's been some ones I've really enjoyed, like Endless Space, Endless Legend, and whatnot. Those are. It's hard for me to call those mediocre, but I mean, again, like I've been really lucky to play a lot of stuff that I've really enjoyed. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna give up the idea of founding a family seat. It's possible that oh no, hang on, I'm getting it here. It's talking about where I'm failing to look at is I'm looking at the tooltip, but I'm not looking at the description. So notice this is found a Kassite city as opposed to founding the Chaldean seat. So it's kind of saying what I like. I think I hinted at it before, but it didn't actually sync. So it's saying, yeah, make sure that your other families have been dealt with. Otherwise, these influential people inside of the society are going to be unhappy. So with that in mind, I'm actually kind of regretting my choice to make Babylon the city that it was. Again, the Kassite city would have been nice because of the extra pastures, but I don't really know if I want to give up the legitimacy. I could get mines and Lubbermose, which is clearly not going to help with the Chaldean seat. I could do the Amorite city, which will give me sages. Oh no, but I've already built that, so it would have to be the Eason seat. Okay. I think I have an idea here. I just want to double check something. So caravan can conduct a trade, right? Maybe that's a concept. Well, I'm assuming if there was an entry for it, there'd probably be a hot link. given the fact that it is close to a... Okay, actually, here's the way I'm going to think about this. So it's close to a ally. I could say if I want to have another family. Oh yeah, see, I actually kind of want all of them. Well, I mean, I could say that we'd build the quarry for marble. Yeah. Maybe I should have considered where this all goes from, because I believe this is it in terms of families. The thing here is that I actually really don't feel like the extra money is worth it. I really feel like I want the benefit from the artisans more. I'd get an extra worker in Babylon. Or I'd get a great merchant. Or I eat the legitimacy hit and I say... what? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to found a Kassite city. So it hurts my legitimacy, but I figure I want to structure things the way proper. I wasn't thinking about what the costs of certain decisions would be. That's on me. I shouldn't force myself into bad choices as a result of some of the way to have fixed that problem would have been better planning earlier on. The answer to that is not to select a family that I wouldn't have earlier on. So what happens to the family if you do not provide I believe it goes away at Baver. So you wish you could play games like this? You just can't seem to think all your moves through enough. Well, I mean, you just saw a demonstration of me failing to think through my moves, Kaylee Cake, so that's not stopping me. All right, so what are some of my options here? Again, we can do the garrison, we could do a barracks, we could do a pasture. You know what? I wasn't originally going to do this, but I think a pasture is a really good idea because we've been having some growth problems. So I'm sort of kicking the can down the road on a few important decisions, but I think I can live with the consequences. Now, I'm kind of moving everybody north, and I'm not 100% sure how I feel about that. Let's start by investigating. All right, ancient barbarians. Our men find murals depicting creatures, rituals, and battles. The style is reminiscent of the Danes, leading us to believe that this tribe was perhaps a precursor to their own. Our troops warn against desecrating such a site. The Danes are very protective of their culture. Of course, there is much to be learned from the ruins. So we can say, I don't want to offend the Danes. We gain discipline. The slinger gets experience. And the Danes have a higher opinion of me. Or we could say we'll make good use of what we find. You know what? Okay, I don't necessarily like the fact that I'm going to annoy the Danes because we're not really in a position to defend ourselves. But I feel like the boost to my resources is worth the potential pain. So we'll make good use of what we find. The court is divided over the recent discovery of the Thracians. Our scholars wish to study the Thracians' culture to deepen understanding, but our generals insist that these savages deserve no such respect. We must bring the court together with our decision, so we can observe their ways and traditions. I will become intelligent and gain +2 research per culture level, or we should devise ways to destroy them. I gain a tactician, I'm no longer a scholar. And yeah, a bunch of changes to my stats. I think we've been going pretty hard down the research side, so let us observe their ways and traditions. Okay, clearly we want to go on stone cutting, so... And at this point, it would be nice to take a look. Yeah, I'm going to keep going up the river, and then I'm going to let this guy bring up the... kind of bring up these others. Oh, that paid off. Oh, well, not quite, but... Okay, more opportunities for city sites, which is nice. I suspect we'll be able to take advantage of the ore. This is good because this is the thing that's currently ticking away on our resources. So we cleared out the barbarians, but it's not like there's any major resources here that we really want. So it's it's worth keeping in mind. But I have more attractive expansion options, and I think at this point I should probably be thinking about getting some health. So. You're better at making fires than killing sharks, you guys. Actually, guys, I'm just going to take a quick minute here. I don't want to spend too much time away from the game, but we've got a few streamers in the chat. So Uncle Cranky is a New Zealand streamer, originally from Australia. He definitely streams a lot later than I do. The reason I mention that is for those of you who like my stuff but find it a difficult hour. He's someone who's good to check out. You were back to Dark Souls 3. Or were you playing something in between that I forgot? But he's done everything from XCOM to XCOM Chimera Squad, Dark Souls. Ensign Garrick, thank you very much for that follow. On top of that, we have got the lovely Kaylee Cakes. Now, Kaylee Cakes had a bit of a hiatus from Twitch, and then she was back with a vengeance. And then she's doing some remodeling on her kitchen, but I can tell you she's an absolute sweetheart. Does a lot of survival and crafting games, so a bit different from this sort of thing here. But somebody who has got such a sparkling personality that I would be remiss not to talk about her lovely stream and the work that she does. And then on top of that, we've got the Eyes of Sin. Now, the Eyes of Sin is someone who did my channel emotes, these lovely things here. Particularly System 1 HMM is entirely her work, and she did a wonderful job with that. So she makes a living doing this. She does voice acting. She did the voiceover narration for the Horizon Zero Dawn board game Kickstarter. I really like the music for this, by the way. But on top of that, she's a very talented artist. You can support her on Ko-fi. If you're looking for emotes or if you're looking for art for your channel, she is available for commissions. You can find her at her Twitter, which is also Eyes of Sin. And feel free to put the links in. I'm sorry I don't have my browser open right now, Sin. But again, somebody who I can definitely vouch for in terms of the quality of her work, which you can see inside the channel as well as just like Kaylee Cakes being an absolute sweetheart and definitely gets to put up with me when I am at my worst and has a nice enough personality not to hold it against me too much when I slip up. All right, Nipper, let's figure out what we want to do for production. There is the side of me that says it'd be really nice to just do improvements or just start on a settler or something like that. But the fact of the matter is we're going to be short on workers for a while, so it's going to take me a long time. I don't feel 100% comfortable with it, but we're on somewhat good terms with Cyrus. I'm going to risk it. We're going to go for the worker and hope that my weakened military doesn't become too much of a liability. All right. And we are out of moves for this turn, so... How much does it cost to make an emote? The Eyes of Sin should be able to... Yeah, I think generally that's a case-by-case basis on that. But I do encourage you to DM her. I can definitely say that I found it worth it. But if you are interested... Actually, maybe now would not be a bad time. If you are someone who's going to be streaming Old World, or you have streamed Old World and you have a channel, if you would like, do feel free to shout yourself out. I don't believe you'll be able to use the shout-out command, but you should be able to let us know, or you should be able to just say in chat. I know some channels don't do that sort of thing, but I think especially because this game's... We're going to be waiting until May the 5th for this to come out. It would not be bad to build a little bit of community for it. And so if you are a streamer and you're somebody who's going to be streaming Old World, feel free to mention yourself inside the channel. And hopefully some of you will maybe give Sin a little bit of business so you can pass on the good feelings. All right. This isn't a terrible city site. I mean, there's a bunch of riches that we'll be able to get advantage of. At this point, I kind of want to just clear out some of the slots. The nice thing is too that I'm going to be able to get a that final founding seat. I would have held off with this. I think if I'd known about this one, I might have been willing to hold off because, like, honestly, being able to get some extra camps isn't like the end of the world. But I made my decision. I need to live with it. And now I want to be careful about the Danes, seeing as I did just kind of annoy them. So let's bravely run away. Heaven and Earth, and we've got another. I am going to find out what the link to this is. It's probably going to hurt the frame rate, but that's life. So, a temple stands atop the crest of the highest hill, its terrace decorated with bright metal and ceramic. Local legend marks this site as where heaven and earth meet, where all life began. Of course, the only way to see its wonders is to inhale some of the mind-altering plants on the hillside at an ancient spiritual ceremony. Oh, this might be the Oracle of Delphi. A soldier brings you a bowl of this strange powder, but he seems hesitant about its effects. So my mind is open. We gain additional culture in Nippur, and King Nebuchadnezzar the Intrepid becomes exotic, additional charisma and defense, and I want no part in such rituals. I'll gain some experience and money. So let's see what the entry is. Puma Punku. Puma Punku or Puma Punku. Puma Cougar Punku Door. Is part of a temple complex or monument group that is part of the Tiwanaku site near Tiwanaku in western Bolivia, believed to date to AD 536 and later. I'm obviously I don't have this on the full screen because people tend to yell at me when I have a big white screen that comes on. But I'm just reading the Wikipedia article that little book in the top right hand corner says. I'm just reading the top bit of the wiki. Tiwanaku is significant in Inca traditions because it is believed to be the site where the world was created. Oh yeah, I don't think the Oracle would have credit for that. I was just thinking of the drugs, but there's clearly more than one holy site associated with strange substances. Believed to be the site where the world was created. In Aymara, Puma Punku's name means the door of the Puma. The Puma Punku complex consists of an unwalled western court, a central unwalled esplanade, a terrace platform mound that is faced with stone, and a walled eastern court. At its peak, Puma Punku is thought to have been unimaginably wondrous, adorned with polished metal plaques, brightly colored ceramic and fabric ornamentation, and visited by costumed citizens, elaborately dressed priests, and elites decked in exotic jewelry. Current understanding of this complex is limited due to its age, the lack of written record, and the current deteriorated state of the structures due to treasure hunting, looting, stone mining, and for building stone and railroad ballast and natural weathering. Can't wait for this game coming out. A few more days. Indeed. And I'm glad that you said that because it gives me a chance to be a complete jerk. For those of you thinking of picking up this game, it is available on pre-order on Epic right now. And I will say, while it is not required, if you do use the affiliate link there, I do get a fairly generous portion of the sale. So I definitely want to get my hands on that Fortnite money as much as the next person. So if you've not already picked up the game, first priority, I would say, definitely pick up the game, whether you use that affiliate link or not. But if you do wind up buying this game, I would love it if you use that affiliate link, or if at checkout you type in the name System Chalk, because it does give a little bit of money towards me to help covers the costs of running the stream. And let's do some drugs. Again, I don't want to hammer it home too much, but obviously people don't use that link if they don't know about it. So I hope you guys understand the priority. Obviously, I'm using up a lot of my orders by doing sort of this kind of exploration. I don't really have a better answer for it though. Like, I want to see where all this stuff is going. So let's heal up. I'm just going to take a minute to smell the roses here. This is not a bad thing to do when you play a 4X style game, just to make sure that your priorities are where you want them to be. So what are the things that I'm going to try and do for the next few turns? I do need to have another great family. I need to found another seat. And the priority would definitely be the one that is getting me sort of the resource bonuses. And so this would mean the one that gives me the bonuses to quarries. So this, of course, invites the next question, which is, well, with that in mind, knowing that I want to found a seat for that particular family, what are the best locations for that? The first location that's not good would be this city site here, the one that was originally going to be my next extension area, but I completely forgot about the sort of the right order of things. So instead, I might consider the gems mine. Again, if you're not 100% sure what you're going to get from a certain location, you can always hit the left Alt button. In this case, the gems mine, I mean, it already tells you here, but this gets me culture as well as money. What are some other places where I can get mines? Well, I could get them from here. Gold mine will get me same thing, culture and money. I believe it gives me a little bit more. Oh, hello, what's that? Oh no, it's the same between the two. And then, of course, I get access to ore, which is the current thing that I'm running a negative on. I do also get access to the pasture, although obviously my priority is on the extraction of resources. Fairly unlikely I'm going to be able to do anything about this marble at either of these locations. And again, there is a gems mine over here, but it seems a bit weird to skip over this city site in order to gain this one here. So it seems to me that the most logical location in 3 turns is going to be this city site and probably a little bit of a southern focus. Although maybe I want to see what it looks like up here. I mean, maybe we can rope in the horses. I really don't know, but we'll see how it goes. Anyways, on to year 15. A delegation from a distant kingdom has arrived at court. As a mark of respect, they offer us a choice of exotic creatures to add to our royal menagerie. Which animal should we choose? Monkeys are pretty cute. Tropical fish are beautiful, or our menagerie is full enough. Monkeys are pretty cute, but I actually really like fish. It's a shame because most people I know really like cats and whatnot. I'm pretty fond of fish, so tropical fish are beautiful. We'll put them in the hanging gardens when we build them. Okay, so we built a road here. See, the thing is, I have so many things that I would like to do with this worker, but I think being able to sort of close the distance is a fairly high priority for me. There is the question about how much do I want to dedicate, each unit to one or the other task. I do think pastures are a pretty high priority for me, so we'll put that one down. Although I would like to get this guy working on roads as quickly as possible. Now, this explorer, what did I want to do with you? Good question. So I think this guy, I'm eventually gonna get him investigating this area because it's likely we'll build a settlement near Mount Etna, which has never gone wrong for anyone. I could go east. Uh-oh. I wonder where they're heading. If they head here, I'm gonna be very, very sad. Yeah, let's head east and see what wonders we find. A haughty emissary, a haughty barbarian warlord strides into court demanding an audience. He declares that the Numidians will permit you to befriend them, but only if you recognize their superiority. So, we could say we only treat with equals. We could say friendship will benefit of us oath. The Kassites will be unhappy with that move. Or our blades will speak for us and we go to war. Now, I'm not really in a position to fight a war, but I don't like the idea of one of my more dominant families being unhappy. So our blades speak for us, and I'm going to make good use of my my slingers. Not really, Ziller. It's nice to... One of the big things about this game is that, or about this particular playthrough, is to try and treat it as if Like basically to only use the information that's been given on the screen. All right, let's think. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go. We're gonna go east. Attacked by a bear. 2 overturned wagons are discovered in a clearing, their goods scattered around the grass. A woman and her children weep over a dead body. The survivors claim that a bear attacked them without warning. So we could escort the survivors to the nearest settlement. Now, right now, we don't have enough orders for it. We could provide the survivors with a guide, but send our people on, or promise to notify the nearest settlement of their plight. I think in this case here, so it would be tempting to say... escort them, and I certainly have the resources to be able to buy it. But I think in this particular case here, I'm just going to go for the lesser option. And we found Rome. Being a neighbor of Rome has always worked for people. Hey, there's Vesuvius. All right, let's think about... It's lucky that the Numidians are at war with Persia as well. I'm not feeling very good about our ability to get this city site, but we'll see what the next turn brings. Okay, so game really wants me to go for the composite bow. The thing is, it's really hard for me not to agree. We definitely held off on our military, but it's pretty clear that we're going to need to start defending this territory that we've expanded out into. So I just want to get a quick view of what we're looking at. So this was rhetoric to composite bow, eventually leads to siegecraft. Battle line will lead us to steel. Now the macemen, Yeah, I mean, this isn't terrible because it definitely gives me the upgrade. We really don't have... I mean, maybe like serfdom with the farms and whatnot, but that's still not a really justifiable choice. Yeah, I mean, out of what we've been given, the composite bow is both most consistent with what our existing military looks like. It's also the thing that the game's recommending. The archive is nice because of the extra science, but we have other ways of getting extra science, so... You can hope that Vesuvius drops a nice care package Rome's way. I mean, I'd favor. It doesn't... They never did anything nasty to us. Sponsor a laboratory. Scientific pursuit. This is my wife speaking. Scientific pursuits seem to intrigue your wife. It may be wise to build a workplace where she could explore the world's many mysteries. Shall we consider it? I'd say too expensive, which will cause my queen consort to get mad at me. Or we can use 320 of the wealth that we're not currently using, although we'll probably wind up buying some stone. She becomes intelligent, which, as a governor, it improves the culture level. Which I believe we're still not able to assign a governor because we don't have the garrison, stronghold, or citadel. But I mean, again, we made a particular set of choices. That's interesting. I don't remember ever saying that I wanted to build a warrior here. It's not a terrible choice, but let's cancel that. I'll start with a forum, then we'll build a treasury, and I'm gonna have to decide later. Okay, attacked by a bear, part 2. The victims of the bear attack are delivered safely to the settlement of their nation, Rome. The village leader thanks our people for their kindness. King Romulus, the intrepid of Rome, you aided their citizens, 20 opinion. So we can express a desire to cooperate in the future. We become affable, which gives us additional food per culture level. So, I mean, it's pretty clear that I want Nebuchadnezzar as a governor as soon as possible. or we could offer to set up trade between our two nations, and we'll get an additional 5 money per turn. Let's express a desire to cooperate in the future, because I feel the experience will, at least that'll be locking in a little bit of development for me. It's growth, yeah, but I seem to remember a conversation about whether or not I wanted to be told stuff, but I guess it's not my playthrough anymore. All right. Do you want the growth from the pastures, I think? Okay. The big problem is I have a ton of stuff that I want to build. But I do like the idea of connecting everything with roads. I'm going to stay in the of course, there's no forests nearby. Wrong neighborhood. All right, well, let's see what we can do. This guy's gonna get pounced on, I suspect, but yeah, let's just keep... Hello. I think Eyes of Sin is going to really like this one. Greeting Barbarian Chief comes to you, bowing with respect. She explains that it is customary among the Scythians to show their prosperity by offering gifts to new acquaintances. How shall we respond? We can accept it and feast in their honor. So they'll like us. We'll get 70 money, or wealth, or gold. It is called money in the screen. Take the gift and offer one of our own. So we give up some food. I become humble. Well, that definitely helps me with the civics. And our loyalty cannot be bought. We go to war, we gain legitimacy, which technically reverses the loss that I had, but that seems like a particularly costly and stupid move to make. So it seems to me, I mean, we've got a fairly decent amount of food. The way that you can sort of think about it would be, it's a little bit, it's like a month and a half, or a year and a half's worth of food. We get money in exchange, so at the very least we can just buy back some of it. I guess with 70 I'd be getting, you know, a little under 20 units. So it doesn't fully cover the cost, but it's pretty close. But the big thing here is the extra civics. So I think in this case we'll take the gift and offer one of our own. And the Eyes of Sin likes me for being nice to the Scythians. And we're out of orders. So it would have been nice to sort of have a good idea about where I could attack the Numidians. It's unlikely that there's going to be any hills here, so like maybe I just want to go hard right and take my chances. Looks like these guys are heading south, so my guess would be that they're claiming this city site. Obviously, I'm not too worried about the barbarians that came back. I mean, this isn't really worth fighting for at the moment. I can sort of see... I can see myself expanding to this city site and maybe wanting to take this, but frankly, these gems really aren't worth it compared to some of my other possibilities. So, what else am I looking at? Nope, I think I've got what I need. I think we should have a settler coming up this turn. We do! That was a pretty obvious first move. I think the time has come. Let's try and come up with something useful for my slingers to do. Alright, that's not ideal. Well, Small benefit. Our troops were approached by weary raiders who have been roaming the forests aimlessly. They wish to fight for a worthy cause with us. So we could say labor is a worthy cause. We gain 2 citizens, but 40 unhappiness in Nippur. Or we could use help against the Numidians. Well, it seems to me that we have been relying on, not getting into too many scuffles and not having to dedicate production towards military units is kind of nice. So, I mean, it'd be nice to get the citizens, but an increase in unhappiness seems to be a fairly high cost, and given the fact that any military unit is better than the nothing I currently have, let's gain the warrior and see what we can do about it. I probably should have just committed to the fight and moved these guys in, but warrior selected. The warrior is your first melee unit available to your nation. Melee units will form the backbone of your army, defending you from enemy tribes and nations. I'll use warriors for early combat. It's kind of hard to say that this is early, but I at least get to punch the Numidians a little bit. I think I'm crossing a river here, right? Yeah. That will not do. All right. Some good scouting work. Moving right along, at this point we were really just exploring anything around Mount Etna, so I am going to get into the weeds a little bit here. It is nice to sit on the hills to get a little bit of a broader view. So it's possible we may wind up fighting Rome for this, but again, my priority would be this city site for sure. And I think we've run out of river. Oh, but we have found some oh, nope, there is some, but we're out of orders, so that's fine. So next turn, obviously, we're going to found another city. We're also going to wind up with another family, which is good news. In fact, I believe this should give me an idea. Yeah, so we're never going to get these horses. It seems best to found the city here. At times when ruling proves stressful, you gaze at your beautiful new fish. Its movements calm you and make you hungry. Pretty. 10 culture in Babylon. Speaking of, how is Babylon doing for culture? Still developing. It's fair enough. I probably need to start thinking a little bit more carefully about specialized units and whatnot, but we've at least got, we're holding our own settlement-wise. In fact, let's get that out of the way right now, so I'm not sure there's any major difference. Well, yeah, actually, so this is the only one that gets me access to the ore, so. And then it was the Chaldean that we wanted. Amorite we've already got. Eason is not bad, especially because of the extra civics. But in this case here, I think the culture per year is a little too much to pass up. And given the fact that we're going to be having some mines, that was originally the plan that we had. Azure Wind, my god. Thank you very much for that host, my friend. Guys, for those of you who do not know Azure Wind, sorry to turn this into a... Yes, well, you already know where to find me, but Azure Wind was doing XCOM Chimera Squad. Given the fact that there's quite a bit of overlap between people who like 4X games and tactical games like XCOM, I need to give you the strongest possible recommendation for Azure Wind if you like games like this. He tends to play on a lot of... He's definitely one of these streamers who does the Iron Man hard mode playthrough really well. For those of you who like that sort of stuff, this is the exact opposite. This is basically, here we're going, we're starting with a blank slate, moving through what the tutorials told us, trying something new. This one is definitely really focused on blobbing out as many settlements as I can possibly get, neglecting my military, basically, and just seeing how much trouble I can get in. There's obviously been some dumb blunders, and then of course there's the sort of the bombs that are waiting to go off underneath me that I haven't been paying attention to, but it's not turned into a complete disaster yet. But if you guys, especially if you guys like to see highly skilled XCOM play, I definitely recommend Azure Wind. He also did a really good playthrough of BattleTech, but he's back to XCOM now, currently doing Chimera Squad, and definitely is a really, really good guy for, again, explaining the reasons why he's doing certain things. He's not afraid to do a lot of restarts. He's not afraid to sort of use those opportunities to get better. And he's somebody it's really fun to hang out inside of his channel. So for those of you looking for a little bit more along those lines, feel free to do that. And for Azure Wind's stream, I will take a quick minute and just say this is Old World. This is coming to Epic on May the 5th. That link inside of chat is an affiliate link. So if you are thinking about buying this game, there is a way to support me through doing this. They've got a very generous revenue share with the Support a Creator program right now. If you don't use that link, you can also type System Chalk when you buy something in on the Epic Store. It's just below your place order button. But I would definitely say if this game interests you, first order is to buy it. It doesn't matter if you use my affiliate link or not. Using the affiliate link just happens to put a little bit of the Fortnite money my way. Now, why would you buy this game? Because it's a really original take on the 4X genre, and I'll try and explain some of the differences. If you're coming from Azure Wind stream, or if you haven't been here from the beginning and you have some questions about what differentiates this game from the others, do feel free to ask those. I will say that this game is in early access. It'll be, again, released on May the 5th. You can pre-order it now, though. And there's definitely room for reporting bugs and sort of talking about your impressions on things. So if a few things seem a little unpolished, it's because this game is still in development. Anyways, we've completed our ambition to control 4 cities. We've got some extra legitimacy, which will translate into some extra orders, which is nice. And what was the next move I wanted to do? So we've already got a city. Obviously, we got the worker because of the fulfilling the ambition. Now, one real drawback here is that we're not connected at all to our capital, but there's nothing to be done about it, right? I don't really have any options in that regard. So I do need to take a quick minute here and think about what my next few goals are going to be. I don't think I can just declare my next ambition. I think the game needs to serve that up to me. We're holding our own, but I have a feeling that Persia is going to... Oh no, Persia's already founded its site, so I might want to dedicate some scouts to it. Let's continue the war. Hello, Buddy Shots Only. How are you doing tonight? Tribal Confederation. Our units overcame the last Numidian defenders. A messenger arrives from the Thracians. Apparently, the Numidians are part of a confederation of nomadic tribes. The message is a warning. To wage war with one is to wage war with all. What response will we give the messenger? So we will spare you this once, or we do not take orders from barbarian filth. Interesting. Well, I definitely don't want to go after I definitely don't want to go to war with the Scythians as well, so we'll say we'll spare you this once. I do believe I'm still at war with the Numidians. We don't have ambassadors too. It's kind of interesting to see who's stronger. I'm not 100% sure what goes into the calculations of strength. I'm going to assume my military is a large factor in that. Anyways, production. I need a minute to think. So if I had a wish list of settlers, one here, one here, although it's not too exciting, it's more just so I can have it. I could potentially extend you know, extend out here. I guess it still just gives me pastures and whatnot. And I definitely would need to dedicate some resources towards clearing these guys out. So definitely we've got this one covered. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, see, I am really falling behind on civics, though. I will do the settler, but I'm gonna start. I think I'm gonna start making this as like a single choice each time. Okay, I could do the game camp for the growth. Well, and the food, but the growth is really the thing that I want. Yeah, you know what? I can afford to wait, so. All right. I basically want to build everything here, but I think the time has come. I got the no, I got one more pasture to build. Okay. Once that's done, though, I'm building the hanging gardens. All right. I'm really not sure what I want to do with this explorer, but let's keep going. Oh, more Numidians. We won't have full fatigue yet. Oh, but I ran out of orders, so I made that was a bad choice. I'm gonna have to pay 100 so that these guys don't get whacked, but money well spent. So this will be nice because of a coastal city. I'm sure it will annoy the Persians that I'm sort of closing them off, but the big thing that I'm a little unsure of is, like, I've definitely gone... I feel like I've gone very aggressive on settlers, and in the end I've just managed to maintain against the AI. And all of the expansion that I'll be doing along this line clearly is potentially at risk to the Numidians. Now again, it's easy difficulty, so the consequences of bad decisions like this are going to be very minor. But I feel like as a trial run in terms of figuring out how cities work, fine. Like this is sort of paying off. But the problem is that I feel like probably my neighbors are making some better progress than I am. And in the end, I'm dedicating a lot of resources towards achieving goals that others are maybe being able to finish a little bit easier. Anyways, we'll continue running with the strategy. So Zoroastrianism is founded in Heliopolis. So we've not actually met Egypt yet. But we are finally able to do some laws. So I actually want to take a minute here. I'm much less interested in tyranny or constitution as much. Well, yeah, actually, this is an interesting question. So freedom gives me +2 science in all cities per year, and the Kassites like me for that. Slavery will give me extra orders. Unhappiness, and the Kassites are mad about it. Now, Constitution, the nice thing about this is that I get a bonus towards civics on its own. So the one way of thinking about this is like, okay, so I get the +10 per year. That means that I'm basically looking at 50 civics a turn, so I wait 8 turns until I can get my science bonus. Or, I mean, I definitely don't want to go for the tyranny one here. So the question is, do I want to wait 8 turns to get the science bonus, or do I want to wait even longer to be able to get the civics bonus? I think I'm going to go for the freedom law, and my reasoning behind that is I feel like I'm going to be able to improve my civics a lot easier than I am my science. And at the very least, the ability to get science done quickly, or more quickly, will be able to sort of help me close up some of these gaps that I've introduced by trying to blob out. So we're gonna hit that. Yes. And I'm sure there'll probably be some consequences for tyranny or constitution. Decision no longer valid. Yeah. All right, it's time to choose my next ambition. So it looks like it's related to my different factions. So we can do 5 promotions for my units. This seems like a very hard one to do, given my underinvestment in the military. We could enact epics. This would be the Chaldeans. So in this case, I would need to spend 600 civics to achieve that. And then control 6 archives. This would be the Amorites. The sages would like it. This is also a very difficult one for me to do, but I feel like this is more in line with my overall sort of the overall ambitions I have, or the overall plans that I have for the empire. So I definitely don't want to enact epics. So the question is, do I feel like I'm going to be able to dole out 5 promotions before I can get 6 archives? The actual answer to this is I'm probably going to be able to do the promotions faster, but I want a reason to build more archives, so it's kind of my main reason for doing so. Looks like the AI is going to handle the Numidians, so I feel okay leaving that explorer where it is right now. Right, this worker's done. It's of course going to mean that I need to make some other choices. It's interesting it's not recommending a game camp here. But that's fine because I can build pastures and game camps. The game camp gives me better growth, so... Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Again, I'm just taking the opportunity to sort of peek at whatever, well, I did kind of want to put these guys back. Aha, it paid off. I did kind of want to put these guys back up north, but I might as well get a view about potential points of expansion. We get a settler in 1 turn, so it's very likely we're going to be able to claim this. I might want to move forward a little more aggressively here. Now, these guys are by the sea. Okay, well, so much for that. I think I'm just going to run around the coasts, and then we can figure out where we're heading. I'm starting to get a little bit of a better idea in terms of where our bounds are. There might be some expansion opportunities up here, but it seems to me I'm either going to be fighting the Danes for extra territory, or I'm going to have to learn to live within my means here, which is fine because that would mean... So like, let's pretend that this is going to be these are my constraints. So we'll say we can build a city site here. We don't want to touch the Thracians. Maybe we're able to get away with punching the Numidians a little bit. So we could say in principle, I would want to build 3 more settlers to sort of maximize my coverage. And then we switch towards sort of building at least minimal defenses to hang on to what we have. And then a lot of infrastructure to sort of overcome the fact that that we've been putting a lot of our growth into settler units. Howlemming is the mechanic where you only have a certain number of actions per turn. That's the most radical thing you've heard about the game aside from the Dynasty family stuff. It's hard to imagine given all the 4X games you've played. I think it works rather well. So what's neat about this is that it's tied with your legitimacy. And so what you can think of it is basically it's a reflection of your ruler's ability to govern. And what's kind of neat about it too is like, if let's say you have these overwhelming hordes in terms of armies, the fact of the matter is if you're not a very effective ruler, you're going to be sort of moving them one at a time in order to achieve your goals. So it's really interesting to see that. Now, part of what I'm trying here, of course, is to be really sparse. I'm definitely understaffed as far as the military is concerned. Even then, I have a lot of explorers running around, and I have been running into some cases where I can't move every single unit. But there are things that you can do to get around it. So, for instance, you can buy it using your military training. There's also you'll notice here it says requires coin debasement. So when you get a certain technology, you're able to sort of buy some extra turns and whatnot. So I don't find it's like, clearly it's limiting in the sense that they wouldn't have put it in the game if it didn't change the way that things went. But I don't find it I was going to do something that I wanted to, and now I'm mad that that's not being accomplished. I don't think any of that's happening. I think it's a really interesting touch. And I have run into the problem where I treat it a little bit like an old game or a more familiar 4X game, where I don't really think about the order in which I move units. And I've started to get a little bit more conscious of the decisions I take. The other thing that's kind of interesting about it is how it makes it potentially difficult to do exploration, because I've noticed that the range of certain scouts is different compared to how you move them. If I'm going through the fog of war, I'm sort of creeping forward looking at new territory. Whereas once I'm familiar with where I'm going, I'm able to cross that territory quite a bit faster. And I've noticed that my failure to respect some of those dynamics is it's basically eating up my orders in a way that doesn't. I burn my hand on the stove and I know not to do it again. The other thing that's worth remembering is if you leave some orders on the table, so like you don't necessarily always want to exhaust them because they do get translated into money as well, which I think is sort of interesting. So the other thing that you could say, it's almost like you have to pay to move a unit each turn. But clearly if you did that, people would say that it's stupid. And so instead what you do is you get bonus money if you don't move anything. And the bonus money you get at the end is less for moving. So that's another way of looking at it. So I think it's kind of a different way of doing maintenance, although obviously there are some maintenance costs as well. Okay. Do you want to build the Hanging Gardens? The question is this the right place for it? It is near the capital, which makes that nice. No point in building the barracks right now, because, well, one, it's a drag on my iron, which I can't really afford right now. Oh yeah, and it's melee unit, so that won't be helpful for all the archers I'm going to be building. Yeah, we are going to build the Hanging Gardens, so I finally get to buy some stone. Babylonia has begun construction on the Hanging Gardens. That probably wasn't the smartest use of my resources, but damn it, I really want the wonders. Alright, so this is a great example of me, I just spent a whole bunch of points moving that scout, where in reality, maybe I want to move closer to the Numidians to go to war, to attack them, rather. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to move out and around, and I'm kind of running on the hope that there's some kind of... Well, that's a hill. I don't think I'm going to be able to... Yeah, that's quite the range on the slings if I think I can pull that off. So I think we're just going to go into the fog of war and see if we can punch the Numidians a little bit from a distance. All right, Nippur needs new production. So it's going to take me 10 years to build a settler. Or I can try... yeah, I need to be more selective about where I build settlers, I think. So I'm going to buy up some more stone, and I'll build the forum for the civics, I think. I mean, culture would be nice, but the game is recommending forum, and I think being able to build up my civics is the right call. So, I should actually get out of this window because I suspect the price is going up each time I buy one. Oh, maybe not. Yes, it's going up very slowly. I do like this marketplace a lot, and I mean that the marketplace was kind of the whole. That was like one of the major mechanics of of Offworld Trading Company. I very clearly need to find a source of stone, though. Like, this is not a sustainable way of running things. So I'm already building the Hanging Gardens. In 3 turns, I'm going to move down to the quarry and make sure that we secure ourselves a source of stone. Otherwise, I'm going to be in some serious trouble. It's like the game... Oh, I've never played Eclipse. This is the big thing. There's a lot of really interesting 4X games. Like, there's some interesting ideas that have been introduced to them, and a lot of them seem to be coming from like board game developers. So, for instance, Civilization 6, the designer on that one was Ed Beach, and Ed Beach made Here I Stand, which is a really popular GMT war game. I think it counts as a war game. I know people get really upset when you call some things war games. So here's an example of a point where I sort of think I might be making the wrong decision. In our newly minted city, we're spending 11 years building a settler. And sure, I mean, we're building the game camp, but really that's it. Like, we really don't have any other sources of growth, and we're going to be investing in the quarries. To a certain extent, it makes a lot more sense to build the settlers in like Akkad and in Nipper, because these are cities which have big bonuses towards the different pastures and whatnot. So I may want to reevaluate the strategy. Now, the fact of the matter is I don't really have any stone to be able to build anything else. I might want to consider building some bowmen in these cities after the fact, although again, sort of the plan was going to be to try and build those in these cities which are a little bit more military oriented. Yeah, we'll see where it's going. The rant sounds like me. Oh, do they let you know when someone else is constructing a wonder? Yes, you can't remember if that was always the thing. I think it depends on the game, Azure Wind. You receive a personal message from Romulus, but it is a little more than a confusing, insult-laden rant against our nation, broken only by threats. Sheepishly, the messenger explains that the ruler is not known for a clear head in matters of diplomacy. So I believe Rome is considered... apparently they're similar to us, although we're definitely not in a position to go to war with them. So I want nothing to do with this madman. I gain additional legitimacy. King Nebuchadnezzar the Intrepid, King Romulus, is estranged from me. Perhaps we can earn his favor with support. He becomes endeared to me. We can repay that sows for... write a reply that sows further paranoia. Now, I'm not cruel, but I would gain additional wisdom. They'd become jealous. And then we can pretend that this never happens. This gives me additional orders. They become disappointed with me. I really feel that I should be using my training more than I am. But given that I have a big surplus of it, this is really just 2 years worth of training. And it seems to me that being able to have friends on my borders while I don't have a strong military is not the worst thing in the world. So Dido's upset with us. We're on side with Rome. I think we know where this story's going. Lovely fish. Sometimes you catch yourself gazing at the court's new fish for hours on end. It calms my thoughts, additional culture, or I wonder how it tastes. Let's calm the thoughts. Air education. So again, this is a little bit more of the individual ruler focus. Time passes quickly. You still remember the birth of Prince Kurig Galazu, but he's growing up fast and eager to learn. Would you like to educate Prince Kurig Galazu? So he can study tactics, he can study rhetoric, he can study commerce, or he can study philosophy. So study philosophy is more of the same, really. Although again, we haven't really assigned Nebuchadnezzar as a governor yet. So. So this is going to be the next ruler. I think global science is where I'm going. He'll be a philosopher. Okay. I think we're at use it or lose it territory with our settler near Etna, and I do think I want... Alright, looks like I get elephants either way. So if I build here, I get the salt, I get the horses, I get the gems, I get the elephant. I'm assuming that's ivory, but... Or maybe it is full elephants, I don't know. Monuments of Law. Our explorers come across a series of weathered monuments lost in the undergrowth. Upon closer inspection, the structures appear to be inscribed with the laws of a forgotten city. What should we do? So we could send sages to learn what they can. Now this will be a big one for me because that'll help us unlock our next law faster. Or send laborers to smash them into needed rubble. I do actually really need the stone, but I can't in good conscience destroy a monument like that. So we'll send the sages to learn what they can. And again, I'm a little annoyed at myself for going so far south, but we might as well see what's going on here. All right, more Danes. We'll maybe take a quick look at what's around Kilimanjaro. But I mean, there might be another settlement. We might be able to box in the Romans even further. But I think I'm reasonably happy with where we're at. We've got 10 more orders, so let's take a minute here. Oh, I definitely want to keep building that road. Oh, that's right, I gotta buy more stone if I want to do that. Those hanging gardens are definitely a lot more expensive than I was planning. So let's deal with the military first. Again, I'm taking the long way around to the Numidians. We still have 5 left, so this is a little more cautious than I want, but again, it's just a chance. The thing is, I know that my warriors are always going to be engaging at close range, so they can get a little bit of scouting in to see whether or not there's a hill that the slingers can attack from, and if it turns out that there isn't, then it just saves me the time. I can move the slingers in close, and we start throwing stuff at the Numidians. I may want to consider promotions, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Now, Akkad. This might not be a bad time for me to think about another settler. So we need to clear out the barbarians here if I want that settlement. But we do have a city site up north here. So yes, I will justify that choice. If I were to stop building the settler, I mean, the sad thing would be, obviously, I'm throwing away growth for nothing. Yeah, the festivals would be pretty good for recovering the losses. I'm going to stay the course, but I do need to be thinking a little bit about how I'm going to get myself out of these stone shortages and whatnot. Especially given the fact I'm going to want to construct more roads all over the place. Okay, so I've got 2 moves left. Who do I want?
I would never want to belong to any club.
Captain Darwin, thank you very much for that follow. I hope you're enjoying... I was going to about call it 10 crowns. I hope you're enjoying Old World. I know I certainly am. Sorry, by the way, if I go quiet on some of my decisions for a little bit. Oh, so they whacked us. I am now known as the Good. Let's see what my cognomen just gave me. That's not the one I wanted. Why can I never remember where this stuff goes? This is interesting. So if Egypt is building the Apadana, that means their culture is much further than we are. Yeah, it's not worth that much of a an investigation. Friendly visit. A family friend paid a visit to Prince Kurig Galzu's school and sends a glowing report about the heir's progress. He appears happy and healthy, and he is excited to return home and take his place in court. The future looks bright. So we can give him a gift of academic texts, which will give him additional experience, or we could send him wine for revels with friends. So this will give him additional charisma, which will improve our civics rate. Yeah, actually, you know what? As much as I want to give him the gift of academic texts, let's get him drunk. All right, research. So game is telling me that I should build a phalanx, or spearmen. Stone boost in 1 year. This is a pretty attractive choice, to be honest, because it saves me spending a lot of money for these incremental bonuses. So I feel a little bad doing it. Aristocracy would be good for the ambassadors as well, but I think I'm going to do stone boost and hope that we get something attractive. Throw in a rager. By the way, Azure Wind, I know in particular you're interested in this game, so if you have any questions, and the same goes for the rest of you, do feel free to ask any questions. I'm definitely not in a position to really be dispensing the great wisdom on this thing, but I feel like I feel comfortable enough to be able to sort of say, here is my impression based on the following events that happen. Prince Kurig Galzu has developed an interest in the new technological advances of archery, and he comes to you for advice. What do you tell the budding sharpshooter? Sharpen your vision, he becomes keen, plus 100 XP for new ranged units. Use your strength, he becomes a marksman with an additional range, or steady your grip, becomes eagle eye, ignores the distance modifier, minus 10% per tile. We will probably get this advantage too late, but I feel like bonus experience for new ranged units at a time when we are pretty short on our military would not be a bad way of handling it. So, heir education. Time passes quickly. You still remember the birth of Duke Agam, but he's growing up fast and eager to learn. How would you like to educate him? So this is most likely going to be a governor rather than the next ruler. So he can be a tactician. So this would be possibly we're putting him at the head of an army. Rhetoric, so additional... Now, I'm actually a little curious about this one because I'm assuming he doesn't become the ruler, so the global bonus may not be as helpful. Commerce or philosophy. Let's get him studying tactics. I feel a little bit bad about that because I may not actually wind up using him for that, but we'll see. Okay, sword cult pilgrims. Pilgrims from all over Babylonia arrive in Babylon to view and venerate the mysterious sword. What shall we do? We can build housing for these pilgrims. That's going to be a substantial cost in terms of wealth, but we'll gain additional citizens in Babylon, which seems good, or charge them a price to see it. Honestly, I think being able to turn a resource I have a lot of into citizens is a really good thing right now. So, housing for the pilgrims. And let's see what it's saying unit-wise. Okay, so definitely want to build the settlement. So it should just take a minute here. We would build a salt mine, a gems mine, a pasture, and a camp. Okay, this is actually kind of interesting. So in one sense, the Kassite family would make sense because of the output from the camps and whatnot. But the Chaldean would also make some sense because of the mines. So culture and wealth are not to be sneezed at. The elephants would give me... Yeah, so the elephants and horses give me half an order. So doubling that, I mean, an extra 2 orders a turn isn't nothing. It's basically a 10% boost to what I'm getting already. But I feel like the mining bonus is a little too hard to pass up. So it'll be a Chaldean city that we build. Alright, so this good man has built a pasture. As much as I would like to add the gold, I think we need iron here. So we'll build the mine. In this case, this only costs us wood, which is good. In this case here, it'll be getting... It's not just that we're getting the iron from it, but we're also getting a bonus. So I think we wind up getting something like 18, the tooltip had said. That's going to get rid of our deficit, which is nice. Yeah, so it says that you can only have three. Families when you're founding those cities. This will be the last time. I may not actually have enough money for it, but in this case, I'll just hit shift for 2 of those. Yeah, we're just have enough, and I'm hoping that this counts as connecting the 2. I don't believe I've ever actually connected cities with a road before, so I'm making an assumption, but it seems a fairly reasonable one. I don't know why. I really love the thunder at the edge of the world. So this is a bit gratuitous. Oh wow, I didn't think the Numidians would be down here. Definitely want to get into the woods, but it's good to know. Okay, let's figure out what I'm doing with my soldiers. So if there's any hills, yeah, so... It's a pretty healthy, healthy slug of damage. Alright, Mari needs production. So Mari is oriented toward, going to be oriented towards sort of the mines and whatnot. So it says we can build an archer. That'll take 10 years and 100 wood. We could try building a forum, but I would need to buy stone. I probably wouldn't be able to afford the stone. So it pains me to do so, but I actually think building an archer is not a bad idea here. We don't actually have a lot of wood, though, so I should be a little conscious of that. Oh, hang on. No, I can't, because the other cities are much more suitable for that. Okay, so the reason I'm not going to build an archer here is the Kassite cities. So all new ranged units start with sniping. It would be foolish of me to be building archers in anything but Kassite cities, especially because I have 2 of them. Now, I'd love to build Treasury or Forum. Obviously, those are some more lasting benefits. If I was particularly foolish, I would maybe consider a settler. Wait 13 turns so that I can get a minor improvement somewhere else. So in practice, and again, if I wanted to buy the stone, I'm paying 5 gold. Okay, so I would actually just have enough to be able to build a treasury or a forum. Treasury may not be a bad idea because the extra wealth would allow me to buy stone, but I mean, in practice, what does an extra 10 per year get me? That gets me 2 stone. I'm still back at the same problem. So let's do a festival. Feels a little dumb to do, but I don't have any specialists I can build here yet, so we'll at least get something out of it. All right. I do have some leftover scout. I mean, if I want the money, I can just let these guys sit idle, but that seems like a wussy move. Oh, hi, barbarians. All right. Looks like we are ready for the end of the year. So I'm gonna, again, now's not a bad time to sort of stop and smell the roses. In terms of settlers coming online, we've got 1 in 9 turns, we've got 1 in 6 turns, and that is it. So the next question would be, which of these... So if I want to expand out, which is, again, completely fine. I can see a lot of reason... I can see a lot of good reasons to want to expand. But the expansion that I want to do should be getting me sources of stone. And unfortunately, we don't seem to have a lot of them. Our sources of stone are really, you know, it's here. So what to do? I think I'm going to kick the can down the road on this one. The settlers are going to sort themselves out. At some point, I would like to kind of connect the remaining cities through a road network, but that's going to have a very large stone costs, which I currently can't bear. And obviously that stone needs to be dedicated towards other uses as well. So I think I'm going to have to get used to not having my cities connected. I am also going to need to consider sources of wood. Because wood is important in two senses. One, it's going to be getting me, it's going to allow me to build sort of the basic improvements, such as quarries. It's also going to let me build those archers. I think it's pretty clear I need a more reliable source of stone. So I now have a higher priority on using my explorers. These I'm going to designate as nice to haves, but not necessary. You know, I get the benefits from these gems elsewhere. Horses aren't quite enough to make me jump for joy. I don't think there's any real benefits from this area. So really, it's a question of, seeing as we're already at war with the Numidians, you know, how can I sort of put a stop to their aggression? But yeah, at this point, really, I think it's pretty clear here. I'm not so worried about wood. We just, you know, buzz down all the scrub and the forests if we need to. But stone is definitely going to be a challenge. So, all right, we'll end the year and we'll see where we're heading next. Oh, we're short on money now. So we've heard reports that Duke Agam struggles with his tactics training. Perhaps we should explore educating him in philosophy instead. What shall we do? Yeah, I mean, I rather wouldn't. I suppose it's nice to have a backup ruler who's good at philosophy. But I don't think keeping him down the tactics path is worth spending so much money, especially when that money is going to be spent on things like stone. So switch disciplines to philosophy. All right, so it's suggesting siegecraft for fort and range. Range will definitely be good for making my archers better. Well, I kind of need the archive if I'm going to complete my ambition. In fact, one thing about the game has been pretty clear in saying ambitions should be your highest priority. So let's take a quick look. Why is Persia at 6? Oh, it's no longer telling me. That's interesting. So yeah, I think probably we were a little too short on, we were a little too lazy on metaphysics, but that's fine. We'll be able to get through it. A long fall. Palace servants bring terrible news. Your daughter, Damictum, was climbing the fruit trees along a high wall when she lost her balance and fell. She was killed instantly. How will you celebrate the life of precious Damicitum? King Nebuchadnezzar the Good becomes mourning. She dies. We could build a statue in the palace garden, which will give me a bunch of civics, which will bring me closer towards the next law, or a public funeral procession, which will lower the unhappiness. I think the civics are absolutely worth it. And I believe if we go to laws, I think we're 50 short, so we should be able to get that next turn. Let's just double check. Yeah, Constitution, that's going to help us with our civics, so... Alright, no point in taking unnecessary damage, so let's throw some rocks at the bad guys. Nebuchadnezzar the Good has gained experience. We can give him additional wisdom. He can become frugal, he can become a forest. Ooh, forester wouldn't be bad, but let's give him the extra wisdom. A crumbling prison stands in the Numidian settlement. Scores of soldiers and citizens from Babylonia have been languishing here for years, most believed dead by their loved ones. Their release calls for a celebration. We can return them to their families, additional citizens in Borsippa, or arm them and put them on the front. Discontent level goes up, but we gain a warrior. I think we'll let them return to the families. Again, the idea has been I want to try and take advantage of... I want to try and get the populations up. All right, looks like Persia decided to settle. So if I want to make my move, I kind of need to do it now. Here's how I'm going to handle this. First of all, I got to get out of this trap. I'm going to send the explorer to check this area out. I think we are due for some healing, so let's get the warrior back. So I know we'll be safe. We're concealed. So I don't think there's anything too exciting around Kilimanjaro. I mean, don't get me wrong, the gold is nice, but we can get that through other means, so... I want to make sure that we can do stuff with workers first. Okay, courier is a pretty high priority here, so... Fortunately, that takes iron, which we have a surplus of. Alright, now, this unit... Hang on, where was the other unit that built the quarry? Oh, nice. Okay, so we're going to be getting 10 stone a turn after this. That's excellent news. Oh, he's fatigued, that's why. I can wait. Okay, I wonder what connected will be giving me here. I also need to consider, I'm going to get some settlers coming online soon, and I need to make sure that I'm in a position to work with them. So, connected... Interesting, it doesn't actually... Okay, fair enough. So knowing what I know now, I think it's pretty clear we need to get some archers online. So I'll set them up here. I'm a little worried about this, obviously, because I've just dedicated some resources which are not going to be made available for over a decade. And it's pretty clear that I need wood. Well, I think I'll make do, though. So you start with cutting the scrub, or I could build something. So the shrine to Marduk. Marduk will cost me stone, or I could spend wood and gain sort of culture and luxury. We could start working on the mines here. All right. I just need a minute to think about how I want to play this. Got money and culture, civics and culture. I have less of a need for civics than I used to. Progress to Mari, which will allow me to connect it, but I'm not entirely sure that's where I want to go with this right now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna build the mine just so I can get my
I would
my
never
money
want
up.
to belong to any club.
JSTNW89, thank you very much for the follow. All right, is it fatigue again? Oh yeah, I don't have any orders. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we're definitely going to be waiting a few years before we get these quarries online. But obviously, we're good for the stone right now. It's actually lumber that we're short on. I'm going to prioritize removing scrub.
I would never want to belong to any
And
club.
what is it? Grum Proc Smash. Thank you very much for that follow as well. So, yeah, I think I'm going to prioritize scrub over woods. This is partly because I'm not 100% sure how the lumber works. And it looks like Persia's starting to... Well, I mean, we already knew this. We knew that Persia was starting to run away. In 2 years, we're going to be able to start working on our archives. I'm slightly curious about controlling 6 archives. I wonder if that means I need to have 6 different cities, or if I just need to have upgraded archives. One way or the other, it doesn't hurt to have an archive in every city. But all right, so we will be getting... Yeah, we'll be getting 20 woods for building the quarry anyway, so definitely want that. Where are these quarries suddenly showing up? Interesting. How do I feel about this? I'm going to stick with the mine choice. I also want to take a quick minute here and see. So we've got some special buildings that I can build. Now, I don't want to do this right away. This is going to be a lot more about planning for the future. So if we build the Oracle, that requires weak culture. We'll gain 4 culture, 10 wealth, and an additional tech card. If we build the pyramids, okay, so we can do more laws faster. Culture-wise, yeah, we're still not in a great spot. Anyways, we will build the mine. Okay, well... Screw you then. All right, at least I'll be able to close away. One thing, incidentally, that I've been neglecting to do is, there's no reason why I couldn't have moved this scout over the game and harvested that, or the salt, for instance. This is one thing I've been ignoring quite a bit, basically to my peril. But I will try and be a little bit better at sort of harvesting the different resources. I think one thing that happens is I'm sometimes a little surprised about what units can do it, but explorers definitely are able to harvest these different resources. So let's carry on and say. So I do want to get a quick view of what else is available here. So. Again, not the most exciting thing I could have done. I did waste a bunch of orders doing that, but I think it's pretty clear. Kilimanjaro's all right, but it's not the sort of thing... well, it does box in the Romans, I guess. Sort of. I mean, it's this big fort. It's a pretty distant... I can see it working, but it's not the highest priority. Let's focus on my armies for a minute. I think first thing I want to do is get these guys into friendly territory before I consider any other moves. And I can get a promotion in. Oh, right, but I moved them, so let's give them a heal. So here I am a little curious. Okay, so it looks like I can't harvest with my slingers. That just saves the explorer from having to do that. Okay. One of the nice things is I don't actually have any immediate uses for my... Well, no, that's not entirely true. I can go whack the barbarians a little bit more. But it looks like the immediate threats to us have been handled, which is good. So the remaining 2 I can use on this scout. I suppose we might as well get closer to the Egyptians. So scouts encounter an expedition of strangers following a similar route. They call themselves Egyptians and hail from a distant land beyond the horizon. Sharing a cordial meal, the 2 groups exchange stories and souvenirs. How shall our scouts conclude the meeting? So we can show them our goodwill with a gift. So that's going to be a nice bonus in terms of the relationship, but it will bankrupt us. Or keep the meeting civil, but that is all, or we must dominate them. As much as I would love to start more ridiculous fights, let's keep the meeting civil. Probably I should be redirecting these explorers to get an idea. So again, this territory, these are things that I may potentially be getting claims on. This area might be kind of interesting, but... I don't know. We'll see. Good news! In a surprise piece of news, you receive an update from your heir, Prince Kurig Galazu. Academy scholars respect him, and the other students compete to befriend him. At the moment, Kurig Galazu is thriving. So we can encourage him to focus on scholarship, which will give him additional wisdom and the research. It is healthy for him to seek friends and fellowship. He becomes affable. When he's a governor, we get additional growth per culture level. All right, trade offer. This will be interesting. Court merchants have arrived from Persia with an offer for trade. They believe our nations would grow and prosper from improved negotiations. What is our response? We will trade stone for wise counsel. Wow, I don't like that deal at all. 250 for basically 1 extra order a year for 40 years. We could trade stone for additional training. Yeah, you know, I don't need Persian advisors. So you can see I'm a very enlightened ruler. All right. I think first priority is to get healed. Second priority is maybe to distribute the units a little more sensibly. Oh, let's upgrade. Oh, I don't have the... That's right. That's going to be a problem. All right, well, let's get a promotion in first. So we can make him a guard for defense, focus for the crit, engineer for attacks across river, which would not be bad, but I feel I can position better. Or bloodthirsty, damage, bonus against damage units. Now that's not bad given the fact that these guys are going to have a lot of slingers with them. But I kind of like the idea of improving the crit chance. Right, so I'm going to need to think very seriously about how I handle my wood problem. I'm going to take a quick minute here in the tech tree. So I mostly just want to see if... Actually, you know what? I bet I can navigate the... So what I'm really looking for right now are somebody resources... Oh wait, it would have to be yields in this case. So say wood, okay. I'm looking for the lumber yard. Or lumber mill. Alright, so it requires the forestry tech. It costs iron, which is good because we're... Oh no, actually we're still in a deficit of iron, but it won't be that way forever. It does better if we're by a river, which we have lots of. Does not remove any vegetation. Yeah, okay. So I probably want to minimize I probably want to minimize the number of forests I cut down in order to take advantage of the lumber mills. So now that we know we need forestry. Oh, great. That's actually 1 tech away. So most of my resource problems will probably sort themselves out with a couple of lucky draws. Nipper, what do I want you to build? They've already got a forum. So here they're suggesting a festival. There isn't any real sort of unhappiness to deal with here. So I'm curious why. I can see them wanting to improve the culture, but presumably we could do that for the treasury as well. And it'd be wonderful to do the archer, but obviously we're short on the wood. You know what? I'm going to build a treasury here. So before I move my scouts, let's deal with more pressing matters. So we'll do... Oh, I'm still on the same turn. Jesus Christ. All right. So I do still want to check out what's in the area here, but I also want to get a little bit of harvesting in. So we'll harvest the horses. I'm going to do the same for the elephants and whatnot. Again, you can see that the AI has been doing a much better job on this. This is one of the drawbacks about doing this live is that, you know, when I make screw-ups like that in terms of saying, oh yeah, here's a concept that I know in the back of my head, but I'm clearly not applying, I wind up looking like a bit of a goof, but this is definitely, like, if I was doing this more often, a lot of the problems that I've got myself into here would be fixed. So as you can see, I've starting to correct those errors. Sure, you know what? Oh, too far from a friendly city. That's right, I forgot. I don't know if there's an indicator in the game to tell you when you're too far, but all right, year is done. News has arrived from abroad that King Cyrus the Good of Persia is dead. A new ruler, King Cambyses of New Persia, has taken the throne. All right, they seem to be favorably disposed towards us. King Nebuchadnezzar the Good is now ill. Looks like we're getting near the end of this this particular generation. Let's take a quick look at the family tree. So he's 54 years old. My loving wife is 42. My son is 17. Next in line is 16. And my daughter is an ex-daughter. All right, let's choose some research. The polis. All right, so I got a couple of options here. If I research polis, it's only going to take me 2 years. Oh, this is really interesting. I'm going to take a second looking at the tech tree, because it says it leads to forestry, but I was under the impression we already... No, we didn't already have it. Okay, I think I'm going to ignore the advice again, because this seems like a really big one for me to gain. So what's really neat about this Hamlet building... So it says adjacent theaters and baths, additional 10%. So... Oh, hi, Shifty Dubé. Sorry, I didn't see your message before. You didn't know this. You don't know this game, but you're intrigued already by the 30 seconds that you've seen. Yeah, it's Old World. It's by Mohawk Games, who you may know from Off-Road Trading Company. The other way of looking at it is Soren Johnson's return to the 4X genre. He obviously did Civilization 3, Civilization 4, as well as the strategy side of Spore. And what's really interesting about this one is that if you take a look at he gave a GDC talk sort of about kind of the inheritance of certain genres and whatnot. It was a really interesting talk, and I don't know if I knew about the existence of this was called 10 Crowns at the time. I don't know if I knew about the existence of that game at that time, but it was a really interesting it was definitely a really interesting talk, and you can really see it coming through on this one, which is it is very clearly a 4X game, but it is taking a lot of interesting elements. So you have a little bit of Crusader Kings in this, and the idea of the different generations and the different, the different kinds of, the ambitions, the more sort of story-oriented elements. They definitely make the most of a lot of different abilities that you have and can run into. So, for instance, the fact that you're able to you don't automatically move every single unit. In fact, one thing that's really interesting is that when you play games like this and you get near the end, you just have these endless armies of units, and sometimes it's a drag to just either make them sleep or put them on like an auto explorer or something like that. So this is a really interesting way of handling that, in the sense that your ruler's ability, both through their legitimacy and their all the different factors that add to their orders. That's sort of a way of managing that as well. So it's very clearly following in the traditions, but it's really interesting to see just how deep he's. Well, not just obviously Mohawk Games is a it's a full company with a lot of people working on it, but it's really interesting to just see how this game has sat down and reflected on what maybe you take for granted in a 4X game, and what maybe doesn't necessarily have to be there or could be done differently. Obviously, I put out the link there. This is going to be coming out on May the 5th. There will be a stream on the Mohawk Games site, which is going to be really interesting, I think. So please do check them out if you are interested in this. But also, if you're interested in this, please do buy it. These games don't get made if people don't buy them. And if you do use that affiliate link, I do get a portion of the sale, but I would much rather you support Mohawk Games. If you don't feel comfortable using my affiliate link for whatever reason, that is fine. Okay, so Spoked Wheel. I think as much as the game wants to push me towards it, it's kind of interesting to see the idea of an urban building that I can get sort of adjacency bonuses for. I want this because it's going to give me access to forestry. Dinosaur bones. So, workers in one of the capital's quarries have excavated the bones of a gargantuan beast. Some have begun calling this creature a dragon, and they claim that it once walked the earth. So it requires ironworking, exploration, and a quarry is finished. So we can dispatch a scout to search for similar bones. So we get an additional scout. We've already got 3, so I'm not too inclined to that. We can send wise men to investigate and get 80 research, or send soldiers to protect the site from dragons. So this will cost me some training, but it will give me an additional military unit. And I mean, it's not terrible for me to do that. The thing is, though, warriors are kind of a little bit of a stale unit at this point. It'd be nice if I got something a bit more exciting. So in this case, I'm going to take advantage of the extra science and get my polis research up. A spark. One evening, as courtly revels end, you meet a fascinating young envoy from far away named Atossa the Diplomat. Her beauty catches your eye, and her laughter lightens your heart. As the sun rises, Atossa the Diplomat asks if she may meet you again when she returns to Babylon. Setting her cool gaze upon you, she awaits an answer. You can say, let's see where this goes. King Nebuchadnezzar the Good gets 40 XP. Could lead to future events, or this has been nice, but it must end now. He becomes loyal, which will give additional wealth. All right, let's take a look at the... So there's a Wikipedia entry. Again, I'm clicking on that little book on here. This is one step that I really like, where you can get... it looks like there's things that are happening in the game as I move my mouse. But if you click on those... let's see if I can move the mouse there. Anyways, you can see it beside a spark. It will lead you to... it'll lead you to some history related to the event. So in this case here, Atossa was an Achaemenid empress and daughter of Cyrus the Great. She lived from 550 BC to 475 BC and was a sister wife of the Persian king of the kings Cambyses and wife of Darius I. The name Atossa means skilled or learned, and it could also mean well-tricking or well-granting. Atossa is the ancient Greek transliteration of the Old Persian name. Her name is Avestan. Her name in Avestan is Hutosa. And some extra details in the what do you call it? The Wikipedia article. I do highly recommend that you click on these, by the way. This is, to me, one of the great features of the of historical games like this. So, anyways, look, let's see where this goes. It's good to be the king, right? I'm ill. I have my winter romance. All right, what do I want to do with my workers? I mean, obviously we've got a few quarries coming online, but it wouldn't hurt to have more coming up. It also wouldn't hurt to have more money, though. I also think I'm overdue for some laws, so I think in this case here I'm going to build the mine. As much as it pains me to do so, because that's going to cost some much-needed wood. On top of that, it looks like I've got a pasture, but I don't have the wood for the pastures. So what I'm going to do instead, I think I need to start removing some scrub. That, or I can you know what? I'm going to build the shrine to Marduk. Wait a minute. I thought I already had these. So the good news here is... Wait. Okay, so we'll cut the trees. These kind of will pay for themselves. All right. Everything else has been harvested, so... Or not quite, actually. So I've got 4 moves left.
I would never want to belong to any club.
CMA Goon. Sorry if I butchered that, which I... Not if. There's almost no if in that. Sorry for butchering your name. Thank you very much for that follow. I'm glad you're enjoying Old World. Okay. Babylon has some production that they need. I should have the wood... the stone for it, so I think we're in good shape there. Now, as far as my explorers are concerned, I want to start checking this out. I would like to start getting some of this territory explored as well, but obviously the Thracians are sort of in the way, so I'm not as worried about that. Yeah, so let's worry about our production. Now, at some point, I also want to get some of these specialists down, right? So the Apprentice Acolyte, being able to get the extra culture, being able to get the extra science is going to be a big deal. If I put another farmer down, we're going to get the extra growth. There's a ton of stuff that I want to build. Right now, I want to be focusing on some of my priorities. So controlling 6 archives, we build the archive first. Fortunately, that's only going to take me 3 years, so I'm in good shape there. I do want to take a quick minute just to review my cities. So we've got a treasury being built in 3 years, a settler in 5, another settler in 2, festival... I don't know if that's being completed in a year, if that's just rotating. One of my big priorities is to get this additional settler built so I can put down the city site. I don't see much point in fighting for... So there's no special resources here. Technically there isn't any here, but at least I get the horses, which will give me the additional order. Historical map or procedurally... it's a generated map. Well, I don't know if it's generated. It could just be a saved, but it's definitely not a. It's not a historical map, so far as I can tell. Prince Kurigalzu has a new illegitimate son, Neri Glissar. Attaboy. A chilly distance seems to separate you from your wife, Artakama, and it only grows colder. She has asked for time in your busy schedule to be together to rekindle the passion. How shall we answer? Say there's no time for personal desires, and she becomes disappointed with me, or Artakama is important, make it happen. So this is definitely a very costly choice, but given the fact that she has wisdom and discipline, and I am cheating on her, I think it's only right. So, philosophy studies. Now that Prince Kuriglazu has completed his study of philosophy, how shall he contribute in court? What role best suits Kuriglazu? So it can be a judge, a wise advocate of the people. So it costs less to switch laws, can hurry specialist production with money, can serve as a governor or a chancellor, discipline and wisdom, or builder, an industrial planner and a taskmaster. So it can add urban tiles, multiple workers can build improvements, 50% train time, or 50% less train time for warriors, can serve as a governor or chancellor, and gets lots of discipline. I think the extra wisdom will be good here, so... Now, again, I think because I haven't done the right infrastructure, we still can't build a governor here, which is a bit of a shame. But again, these are decisions I made earlier, so I can't complain about the consequences. So, boastful heir. The royal family of Rome visits the court. During a feast, Prince Statius Claudius makes a shocking boast about how much better a ruler he will be one day. King Romulus the Good chides him for his brashness and turns to us for support. What do we say? So this is probably going to be the next ruler of Rome. So you can say, Prince Statius Claudius, youth reveals his great ignorance, and he will be angry with me. Or we can say, Prince Statius Claudius is correct. You are a laughingstock. And we would need to be eloquent if we want to appease both. So the question is, how soon do we think Romulus the Good is going to be lasting? I think I can afford to upset Romulus. Okay. Unfortunately, we do not have... We do not have forestry. So I suppose the question would be... If I click redraw, yeah, that's going to cost me a turn. Do I really want to do that with research? Phalanx does serve its uses. Serfdom would also be pretty good. Okay, so I'm going to hit that undo button. Oh, maybe I can't. Yeah, I'm going to do navigation. It's 2 years, right? So it's basically I'm taking slightly longer for another draw, and it gives me the added bonus of it is I actually get a tech as a result of that. So, okay. So yeah, I will build the camp. My need for growth isn't quite what it used to be, but do I really want to build another quarry? I think I'm going to build the shrine. So it's a shrine to Marduk. I mean, I could also go for the hamlet. Thing is, I don't have the theaters and baths. Yeah, we'll do the shrine to Marduk. This is really just me harvesting rather than exploring. Oh, more Numidians. This is my last move, so I want to be careful about where I finish. So I have 4 orders. I want to be a little thoughtful about what steps I'm taking. All right, well, we can afford a promotion. In fact, it might have... Yeah, this is one of the points where the 5 promotions probably would have paid off. Let's say... Let's do Herbalist. I wouldn't have thought that I would want to do that, but... Yeah, we'll do aggressor for these guys as well. Okay, so I've got 2 scouts that I can move. Too far away to harvest the wheat. So yeah, in this case, I'll just clear out whatever territory I can. And 4 turns, 1 turn. Okay. So we're gonna gain this city. I suppose the big question after this would be: do I want Akkad to be producing something else? I'll think about that later. King Nebuchadnezzar the Good is now severely ill, and my wife has given birth to a daughter, Amata. Marriage offer. A delegation from Persia arrives with a marriage proposal for Duke Agam. We should consider it carefully. All right, so that would continue the sort of the alliance that we've got so far. We could say not at this time and hope that maybe the Romans send us something, but then that would mean that I lose the alliance with the Persians, who are currently ahead of everyone. So we could do Khoranazm the Younger. So negative to courage, but high wisdom. Or... Yeah, these are tricky. Let's try Khoranazm the Younger. I'm a little worried about this courage, but I think we'll be able to make it work. Philosophy studies. Now that Duke Agam has completed his study in philosophy, how shall he contribute to the court? He could become a builder or a scholar. So builder... Yeah, we'll do scholar. So unlocks inquiry in the capital, can redraw texts, can serve as governor or an ambassador, +3 wisdom. So speaking of, basically in Babylon... to be able to take advantage of these governors, I need garrison, stronghold, or citadel. That's going to be one of the things that I build after one of these workers is done. So, the runaway princess. Late one evening, there is a knock on your door. Zaikbot, heir to the Carthaginian throne, stands outside. The young princess has fled the palace with hopes of escaping his. Let me get a quick screenshot of that. With hopes of escaping his responsibilities, she wishes to hide from her mother's agents in Babylonia and start a new life here. It is only a matter of time before Carthaginian soldiers arrive at our gates. So, one of the things that's kind of interesting about this is that it allows us, by becoming bitter and given the fact that they are going to be the next ruler. I basically damage Carthage's next ruler. Alternatively, we conceal her, provide her with whatever she needs, becomes a fugitive. Yeah, so I think I can afford annoying Carthage. We did just get over annoying them, but I'm going to take my chances. Literate, our scouts cross paths with an eccentric traveler who claims to have established a new system of communication. He says that it is a written language known as an alphabet, and that it uses symbols and inscriptions to record knowledge for posterity. So we can say hard labor will ease his troubled mind. Additional citizen, adopt his alphabet and employ it in court for extra tech, or use the system to spread news of our civilization, gain propaganda in Borisova. This is all tricky. I think in this case we'll adopt the alphabet and employ him in court. We're now known as the Wise, so additional legitimacy, which probably won't count for much in the next few turns, but that's life. So, more research. And at least the range will allow me to train some of these archers. I can see the reasoning behind. You know, well, we got to do this aristocracy. I haven't had ambassadors forever, and it will actually be helpful to get some of these things done. So, Okay, settlers. Again, I'm probably going to wind up doing something really stupid by moving them so close to the empty area, but I do want to get set on the city site. One of the reasons I want to kind of skirt the edge of the fog of war is that it would be nice to know if there's extra resources I would get by building here as opposed to building here. But honestly, I just want the sixth city to be able to achieve an ambition. Okay. Well, I mean, that gave me some information about the territory, but honestly, if I want to... Well, you know what? This actually isn't a bad point for expansion. Got a settler coming up in 4 turns. Ah, yeah, this is going to be the challenge. So we'll heal you. And I'm going to set up a patrol on this city site. I believe we stop this thing from growing if we build someone here. So the idea here is that I want to be able to put down a city that will be able to take advantage of this marble. And it's a coastal city, right? So I don't believe we have anything near the coast yet. Okay, so my remaining units, I believe, are just explorers. Yes. So let's make the settler's life a little easier and move up. Okay, so if I want, I can claim... I can harvest those. I've got 3 moves ahead of me, so 1... Let's harvest... Oh, too far away, so we'll go on a mountain. All right. Tempting. There might be something here for me to look at. And I think we're done with the year. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to think about. We're definitely going to have a lot of stuff come online next turn. That's definitely going to be stretching my resources a bit. Your doctors and diviners have warned you that the end is near. It is time to get your affairs in order. This is exciting. I really want to see. Where all this goes. So, matchmaker. The war with the Numidians has gone on long enough. You may wish to consider peace. Our spies report that one of the Numidian warlords seeks a mate. A match with your heir may be the solution to all your problems. Shall we make this happen? Doesn't he already have a wife? Oh, interesting. It was the Duke. Okay. Man, do I really want to marry a... Oh, hang on. Did I just lose the... That's interesting. I wonder if I lose the event as a result of that. Okay, so E2 the Numidian is a reasonable match. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking that. I thought because my sons look alike, I didn't even think that I might be in a different. It was a different person. So, so I get a commander. Yeah, I lose legitimacy as a result of this. So they're all mediocre choices. Nobles in the court insist that we clarify our stance on economic systems. Do we support policies of colonization abroad, or do we explore serfdom here at home? How shall we decree? I am definitely inclined towards serfdom, but I am going to close this for now, because I don't recall if I actually put the law I really want to. I did not. So we're going to put down a constitution first. Relaxing fish. At times when ruling proves stressful, you gaze at your beautiful new fish. Its movements calm you and make you hungry. Pretty. Alright, so I believe... Alright, I want to move this explorer first, just so we can get some ideas of the surrounding area. Alright. So now I should be able to make some intelligent... Oh no, yeah, I'm still waiting a while on this. So... Basically, we get more by putting the city here. Now, as far as this worker is concerned, I can build a farm. I can build a mine, but I don't really need the iron right now. Build a quarry. We're doing okay. I mean, actually, the stone. So iron is, other than wood, which obviously is its own problem. We're okay for most of our resources. You know, I think what I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to start building roads to Mari. Now, as far as exploration is concerned, again, I want to try and take advantage of exploration still if I can. So it seems to me that this explorer is going to take care of this part of the map. And now I'm really a little bit more focused on sort of filling in some of the gaps that I left the first time I went. Oh, actually, before I do that, if I sit on this city site, it will remain a hovel, so we will harvest the elephants instead. What if I go here? All right, so I'm able to sort of sit on this until we get a new settler. Next unit, so I think we'll heal. Ooh, we're getting pretty close to the end of our orders. Okay, Babylon, what do I want to build? I would be fascinated to know whether or not Archive 2 counts as an additional one. These all cost me the same. I think I'm going to do the treasury because I would really like the extra gold. Okay, Nipper definitely needs an archive. I want to get my harvesting done before anything else. Okay, and the rest of it's just going to be closing the gaps as usual. So I think this is the turn that Nebuchadnezzar dies. Let's see what happens. All right, the Hanging Gardens are completed and oh, what a wonderful way to close off the story of Nebuchadnezzar. Completing the great work in the final years of his life. All right. You are now known as the Mason. End of an era. Bells ring. Mourners fill the streets. King Nebuchadnezzar the Wise has died. It is the end of an era, and all of Babylonia pauses to honor the contributions of our fallen ruler. The reign of King Kuriglazzu the Mason has begun. Long live King Kuriglazzu the Mason. Now, I'm very curious here about this legitimacy, so I think this will probably be where I end the stream. I'm about 2 hours past where I was before. I didn't make quite the amount of progress that I wanted before tonight, but I mean, that kind of makes sense. I hope some of you got an idea about sort of what this game is like, how you approach something new, and how, you know, while it's pretty clear I didn't know everything that was going on, there was at least a systematic way that we could think about the individual's decisions that we were making. Now, when I say I'm wrapping up, I do mean that there's going to be, like, I'm going to take some time to wrap up. There's a few things that I want to do, I want to talk about and whatnot, and I am going to finish off this turn, but we'll do a quick debrief just in terms of what the what some of the overall goals will be, and then from there we'll consider, or we'll find someone to host. So again, if any of you have any particular questions about the game, I will take one more moment to get that game link out there. So that is a link to the pre-order. This game's coming out on May the 5th, Tuesday. And if you do buy the game from that link, either as a pre-order or if you type System Chalk on just down below the place order thing, there's a very generous revenue share with it right now. So that gives me a little bit of money for the to keep the stream going. Do please feel free to ask any questions that you have. Now, one thing I'm a little curious about is this legitimacy. So family opinions plus 61, 6+1 orders. Sorry, this is the families like me more, and I get more orders as a result. So 30 of that legitimacy comes from King Nebuchadnezzar the Wise. 20 comes from just what a great guy I am. 10 come from the ambition. Okay, so it does look like if you throw your legitimacy into the wood chipper, you suffer for it in the next generation. The Eyes of Sin, are you still in the chat by any chance? A foreign delegation. Your coronation brings delegations from all across Babylonia. These subjects have brought a selection of fine gifts from their home villages. However, the visitors stipulate that they will only give their gifts if they are used in great royal works. What gift should we accept? We can accept granite to build a stele carved with laws. That's pretty great. We can accept steel to equip an elite guard, gain a warrior in Babylon. We can accept ebony to study its strange properties. We also gain wood from that, or kill them and take every... Oh, wow. I kind of want to do that just for the story. By the way, I need to say this again. This is a beautiful looking game. Yeah. No, this game is currently, so it's going to be early access. It's on May the 5th that will be released on Epic. I'm assuming Mohawk will announce if/when they put it out on Steam. But for the time being, the early access period will be with Epic. It is worth remembering that this game was originally going to be published by Starbreeze, which basically, it didn't exactly go under, but the fact that they were able to strike this deal with Epic is actually one of the reasons why this game exists. So in this case, if you want to play it right away in the early access period, your only option is the Epic Store. And then, obviously, it's not my place to say what Mohawk's intentions are with the game, but at least historically, the deals have usually been a year of exclusivity with the Epic Store, and then it is released to other storefronts. And that would be consistent. I know it's actually kind of interesting. When Offworld Trading Company came to GOG, I was an affiliate with them at the time, but I couldn't recommend the GOG version because you had to play with other GOG players. The Epic version of Offworld Trading Company is playable with the Steam one, so it seems to be an exclusive GOG thing that caused the difference between the two games. So presumably the compatibility will be there, and it does seem that Mohawk in the past has been interested in going on other platforms. So my assumption would be that it comes to the next one, but obviously it's not my place to say what they'll be planning within the next year. What type of nation can you choose? Just curious. So essentially, you'll actually tell you what, Soft Drink Master. Can I answer that when I finish this turn? I'll actually go to the selection. You can see most of them here. So I'm currently playing Babylon. There's also Rome, Carthage, Egypt, and Persia in this one. There's also Assyria, and I feel like I'm missing another one. There was Assyria. Oh, and Greece. You start as Philip, Alexander's dad. But I'll show you all of them, because if Eyes of Sin is still here, I know she wants to see Hatshepsut's biography. Yeah, no problem. And it's, again, the fact that you play the generations, I think, is a beautiful touch. Like, we've done this in Crusader Kings before, but to have this it works so well in this type of game. I am shocked that it has taken this long for this to go in, because it is a really, really neat touch. I'm enjoying that a lot, so... anyways, so yeah, this is, I kind of want to do this like this is the Kim Jong-un option, but I think in this case, both for the science and for the wood, accepting the ebony is the right option. So, securing peace. Our vassal Neriglasar, the diplomat, has offered to secure a peace with the Numidians, but he is not forthcoming about the details.
I would never want to
Gamers with Jobs, thank you very much for the follow. So we can make it, make it happen. We're now at peace with the Numidians. A humble request. Humble emissaries from Persia kneel before the throne, unable to meet your searching eye. They have come to request aid. Future generations of our people will remember your generosity. Please, we have nowhere else to turn. So we can provide food, so 20 opinion for about half my food, or... Yeah, well, okay, so we've secured a little bit of extra food. In this case, now may not be a bad time for me to consider marriage. too old. This may not be bad. Oh, hang on. I've already got a wife. Wait, really? Yeah, so this is my illegitimate son. I don't have a spouse. My brother does. Okay, so I could marry Kassite, Kelgene. I will marry the Amorite, I think. So obviously it's not great for relations with neighbors, but I feel like if I'm pressed, I should be able to defend myself. As far as relative strength, so the Romans are stronger. Carthaginians, we're on the same page. The Egyptians are strong. Okay, actually, we're on the back foot. Let's do some research. So it recommends... Oh my god, okay. Definitely forestry. But I did not realize... that I was targeting family. That is such a shame that I was doing that. Okay, now that I've gone... Like I said, it was going to take me a while to wrap up. So we're currently researching forestry. Siegecraft will help me with... Range would not be bad. Theology gives me... Land consolidation. Spymaster. Okay. So being able to add more roles would be good. Sorry, just taking a look at some of my choices here. Let's say we're targeting scholarship. The Hanging Gardens. It is done. The Hanging Gardens will stand as a testament to our people for all time, a symbol of our accomplishments today and the glories yet to come. With this wonder, my legacy will endure. All right, let's choose an ambition. It's time to choose your next ambition. Control 2 Akkadian archers, designed by the... Okay, that's laughable and one I really need. Control 6 urban improvements, discovers 7 techs. Funny thing is, we don't have a lot of wood, though. I actually think I'm going to do 7 techs. I feel a little bad about doing that because I really do want to build the archers, and yet I feel that we're going to wind up in a... Especially because I'm not sure if there's a difference with the Akkadian archer or not. So let's take a second here and see units. Yes. Well... I guess the question is, I'm actually not 100% sure what the difference between the two is, or if I built an archer, if I would just get that automatically. I'm still going to stick with 7 techs. And the reason for that is that shouldn't take me that long, and it doesn't have the forestry requirement. Okay, we will get our... So I believe this one has to be a Kassite city due to its pastures? No, hang on. Those pastures won't count for anything. So let's make it an Amorite city because so the like if I had something, this needs a incense grove, so these are also special. These are special developments that I just don't have the tech for right now. So the pastures aren't really going to mean a whole lot. So in this case, the extra science seems to be the right choice. And fortunately, we're connected with the. I'm assuming it's because of the river. Yeah, we're in good shape there. Okay. Wood is pretty precious here. So I think in this case I'm going to build a garrison so that I don't necessarily want the garrison so much as I want the fact that I can get a city governor. Now, you built a gold mine. I can build an iron mine, I can build a quarry. I could remove the trees. Removing the trees seems like a good idea. It's not like I'm going to build a lumber mill where a camp is. Or I could try building a road between these two. I feel like I definitely want more stone as a whole, but in this case, let's start with cutting the trees. All right, this worker, I can build basically an Iron Man. I can build a pasture. I could build a mine. I do like the fact that mines only cost iron. There is a game camp here, right? Yes. Okay. I do at some point need to start considering things like barracks and whatnot. It's hard to argue with a good quarry, though. The thing is, I know that I'm going to need to use a lot of stone. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. We'll build a quarry, we'll build a pasture. I think this has already been improved. So we build these two, and then I think maybe I'll take Nipper and I'll start building a road between them. I'm sure the game will have other recommendations for me to build stuff, but let's get that infrastructure in place. All right, as for you, what do I want you to do? So you could potentially remove trees, but maybe I want you to. Maybe what I really want you to do is build a lumber yard when we finish the forestry in a year. Okay, so I'm going to do two things here. I'm going to build a road, but as I build that road, I'm going to build improvements on the way. Oh, it looks like I've already built a road, so now we build the quarry. This is also going to remove the scrub, which is nice. Alright, my explorer doesn't have a whole lot to do right now, so what fancy paths do I want him to take? This would give me an idea about what a potential rival is working with right now. Whereas this... Oh. Whereas this would sort of give me some potential expansion options. Oh, but I only have the one move. Okay, is there something else I can do? Let's get you to make some of the... Oh, did I didn't harvest this, did I? I really love this undo button. Okay, harvested. Sipar. This is my new city. Guess the archive makes the most... I mean, at some point I should probably be building a worker. Well, this is going to take... Oh, it's 6 years for archive too. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we'll stick with that for the time being. Okay, so this is going to be the we're going to do a recap of where we're sitting. We'll see what the major plans are in the future, and then I think it was Soft Drink Master that wanted to know about the different factions, so I'm going to take a quick minute and cover those as well. Obviously, we don't have enough in our civics to do another law, but one thing I want to take a quick look at is what my options are as far as the laws screen. So these are all of the options that we have. Yeah, okay, great, thank you. Centralization versus vassalization. Let's say centralization seems to make the most sense. Additional civics, additional resources, and we did say that we wanted our capital to be to grow big. Following that, I think serfdom. There's sort of an argument for serfdom over centralization because serfdom will get the growth moving a bit faster, but honestly, I do sort of like the fact that we're running ahead with our research. So I've got a couple of laws to enact, but obviously we're waiting a few turns. I guess we're about 6-ish turns from our next law, assuming that that things turn out the way that they're supposed to. Now let's take a look at what our production is. So we've got a settler coming up in 2 turns. I think I was interested in seeing whether or not there were any cities that would allow me to start, take advantage of the silver. I think it's pretty unlikely we've got that. So I'll clear out the fog of war here just so I can next turn. We'll turn our attention to see if there's anything interesting here, but I think we've hit the limits of our expansion sort of to the north, with a possible exception of this little area here. Now, in terms of future expansion, I mean, again, my army's pretty weak, and I'm relying sort of on the good graces of the neighbors, not to kind of roll over me. The reason the Romans are upset right now, they are stronger, by the way. I basically upset the dad in with the thought that the son would be ruling pretty soon. Problem is that Romulus is relatively young compared to the other leaders. So in practice, what are we looking at? Well, we've got an archer being built in why am I building an archer here? That doesn't make any sense. An archer in Akkad makes sense. An archer here is wasteful. So we should building an archive. I'm slightly mad that I lost that progress, but I'm glad that we freed up the wood. So the reason I did that, the Chaldean family gives me extra culture and whatnot. That's also going to help me with the mines and lumber mills. So obviously this is perfect for this area. It's the the Kassites that give me the better ranged unit. So I want to be building archers here. I want to be building archers here. In fact, let's get that replacement right away. We're working on treasury in Babylon. I mean, essentially at this point, it's just a matter of getting Babylon sort of up and awesome. It does look like we've got some discontent, so it wouldn't hurt for me to do something like festivals and whatnot, but at this point I'm thinking, we try and invest as much as we can in our production and whatnot. It looks like we're getting short on stone, which I was a little worried about. I am a little curious what happens with the ambitions. I don't know if this counts as being completed or if this is just I get the legitimacy for finishing the job. But having archives in all of my cities is a good idea anyway, just so I can get a technological advantage. What else? And then next turn we'll get forestry, which will sort of allow us to get over our resource shortfalls. So the good news about this is that in essence, forestry was the last thing that we didn't have a reliable way of getting more of. So everything else, it's really a matter of waiting to finish. It's really a matter of just sort of, I know I'm going to be able to get whatever resource we're short on if I wait long enough. Now, I don't want to wait. Essentially, what I'm going to be doing from there is finding out where the best improvements are. I might even consider building some extra workers to take advantage of that. But we're sort of getting past the expansion phase. The only places we can really expand, if I wanted to, would be to take out the barbarians down here. There's a good argument for this one for the gems, less of an argument for here. I mean, I guess we can get some stone and whatnot, but that's more of a target of opportunity more than anything. Oh yes, I almost forgot. We are also heading out here, one, so that we can have a coastal city, but we're also going to be able to take advantage of the marble and whatnot. So we have guaranteed at least one more settlement, and then I may reconsider the position depending on where we are really relative to the barbarians. We'll of course have some archers and whatnot ready to go shortly after that as well. And we'll have a marriage and whatnot next turn, but I think the time has come for me to save and call it a day. Now that I know it's, or seeing as it's an XML file, a side of me that wants to go in and play around with it. Oh, no problem at all, gamers with jobs. It was my pleasure. We're not quite done yet. I did want to talk a little bit about Old World, why I think it's special, and I can finally fulfill my promise to Soft Drink Masters. So, for those of you interested, actually there's a few of you that had some questions about what was going on. So we were playing New Game. Again, it's important to remember we were playing at the very basic difficulty, is largely doing whatever actions the tutorials told me about and whatnot. This is not necessarily a masterful playing of Old World, but one bit of feedback I get from a lot of people is, I really want to play a game like Civilization, and I cannot make heads or tails of it. Now again, I don't mean to sound smug about this, but something like Civilization is very straightforward for me, and I need to admit, I have played this game before. Obviously, there's some fuzz in the back of my head about certain mechanics and that. I mean, I've tried to been juggling some priorities in that. But I really wanted to do it this way to give an example about how you can jump into something that's unfamiliar. You can say, I'm going to try this strategy. I don't know if this strategy is going to work. I don't know if this is the best strategy, but here is what I'm going to try and do, and we're going to see whether or not this can work off. So what are some of the problems we ran into this one? I ran out of wood. I didn't have a reliable way of getting all of the resources that I needed. I relied a little bit too much on gold surpluses to fill in some of my gaps. I'm clearly under-equipped for my military, and we're weak relative to my neighbors. If I were to be playing on a harder difficulty, where the AI would really be playing for keeps, they would be taking advantage of the situation that I found myself into. This is one of the reasons I was really strict about people not giving me advice, because you cannot improve. You cannot really come to understand a game if you just take what other people say as, here is this is the way you have to play it. This is the best way of playing Old World. It's a new game. It's a wonderful time to get in a game like this, because not only is it a new game that only a limited number of people are familiar with, but it's a game that's in early access, where you're going to be able to say, hey, I don't understand why this thing just happened here. And you can go to the Discord, there'll be some people to maybe tell you what's going on, but the developers are going to be reading as well, and they're going to be able to say, okay, so we clearly didn't explain this thing very well. We thought people would think X, and they wound up thinking Y. But there were some questions here about what's inside the game. So we're playing the base level game. There are scenarios. So you can see a few here. And then on top of that, there is a feature game and a game of the week. So there's definitely there's some extra stuff to go around. I think some people were worried about replayability. I'm pretty sure you're going to have enough to work with here. Finally, who can you play in this game? Well, one, you can always let the game choose. But you've got Ashurbanipal from Assyria. There are two truths about life that many find hard to accept. A ruler can avoid neither if they desire success. Life is cruel. From the first breath till the last, ours is striving against death. Without blood and pain, there is nothing. Life is also beautiful. If it weren't, what would we be striving towards? The first truth we can hide from ourselves, for acknowledging the cruelty of life can lead to a life of fear. The second truth we hide from others, lest we reveal to our enemies our weakness, and in doing so make ourselves vulnerable to their will. I am Ashurbanipal, and even though I was not raised to be a king, life's cruelty provided me a different fate. You will help me ensure that the world has a chance to be one of beauty as well. So, I don't want to do too much on this one, but you get extra orders for killing units, which is a really neat one, so this is a little bit more momentum-based. We were playing Babylonia, so a son of a Mesopotamian king and husband to Amyntas of Medea, and forever a worshipper of the god Marduk. In the name of my father, I elevated my city Babylon to be the jewel of the region. I am trained in military tactics, conquered kingdoms, and crushed rebellions. I built the Hanging Gardens for my wife so that she could feel closer to the hills of Persia and the Ishtar Gate to honor Marduk. I connected them both with the processing way, and all visitors were bewildered by the beauty of my empire. Under my rule, women had equal rights as men did. We created intellectuals, institutes, and temples, and my focus was on art, culture, science, mathematics, and craftsmanship. In a decade, I turned Babylon into a city of light. I am Nebuchadnezzar. Dido of Carthage. I'm a Phoenician princess who fled her home in Tyre, carrying the name Alyssa, escaping my brother Pygmalion, who murdered my beloved husband Arcebus, and priest of Hercules. I arrived in North Africa. With my husband's riches, I bargained with Berber kings Iarus, who wanted to marry me. He mockingly promised me all the land that I could cover with the skin of a dead ox. I cut the skin into the thinnest pieces, and along with my Tyrian settlers, laid out the borders of my beloved city. I'm ready to become Dido the Wanderer, Queen of Carthage, goddess of my people. Hatshepsut. I'm really bad at that name. I am Hatshepsut. A female pharaoh, though declared myself officially male throughout my reign. I had to use my ruse to come to my throne, using my vast knowledge of religion, which endeared me to my people and declared me wife of the god Ammon. I am also of royal blood on both sides. Married to my brother Thutmose II, I bore a female heir, Nephure. After that, I could not bear more children. Occasionally I wore a metal beard, but it is a fair price to pay in order to drive my people to a better destiny. Under my reign, Egypt created many trade networks and re-established itself as a nation of builders. My love for science and education allowed me to befriend the most talented architects who helped the Egyptian Empire spread its buildings throughout the known world. Philip. I am King Philip II of Macedon, son of King Amyntas III, founder of the United Macedonian State. I received a diplomatic and military education from, another tough one, Epaminondas, and established a federation of Greek states known as the League of Corinth. I reformed the ancient Macedonian army and established the Macedon phalanx. As a teen, I may have had an older male lover, a general I lived with called Pamenes. Over the course of my life, I married 7 times. One of my wives, Olympias, gave me a son, and I named him Alexander. He was born the year my horse won the Olympic Games. Alexander is now 13. Cyrus of Persia. I am Cyrus the Great, second in my name, King of Kings and son of King Cambyses. My grandfather, King Astyages of the Median Empire, intended to have me killed upon birth. Instead, I lived to conquer his kingdom and make it mine. I founded the first Persian Empire. Under my rule, all civilized states are free to worship their gods. I brought into subjection every nation without exception. Isaiah the prophet refers to me as Messiah, calling me his anointed one. I am the only non-Jewish figure in the Bible to be so called. And finally, Romulus, son of god Mars. I was saved and raised by a she-wolf with my twin brother Remus. Aware of his cunning ways, I kept my caution around him and moved on to found my own tribe, unwilling to share my power with him. My humble beginnings as an unwanted outcast helped me find hardy men willing to fight alongside me. Unwilling to let us marry their daughters, we kidnapped and married them anyway. Now I am allied with powerful tribes. The need to recast the narrative is a must, and I will become a righteous leader, blessed by divine favor. I am Romulus. I have founded Roma, the city destined to rule the world. So, again, it's not... you're not looking at like a huge cast of leaders, but it's really clear that they chose some really interesting ones in terms of both historical significance and ones that work well with the dynastic approach. It's I think just overall with this game, if you are comfortable with 4X style games, this is definitely worth your time. It's a game where I think if you understand 4X, you're going to have enough to sort of have a purchase on what you're working with. And I think what's particularly delightful if you play these types of games a lot, you're going to be able to really get into a lot of the ways that they've changed it. I really like how it feels. Every resource has a few different facets that you can sort of make the most of. And I think some of the things that I like is that they do a lot to simplify the 4X game without necessarily making it any less deep. So what I mean by that is that if you have, like, let's say that we had 200 units on the board. I don't need to think about those 200 units because I'm only going to have a certain number of order. Well, I need to think about the 200 units in the sense of which ones I want to move. But I would not have to do that thing where you either turn everything onto the AI or you take forever to get through your turn. Again, the dynastic elements add some interesting things. I love the writing. Again, on the personal note, because Civilization and Alpha Centauri were really two things that got me into history for Civilization and philosophy for Alpha Centauri. I really love the fact that they include links to Wikipedia for some of the ideas. Sorry to cancel the music, but I am trying to find someone to host tonight. So, again, one last... I don't know, Philip of Macedon's and Romulus are definitely pretty famous, but you're right. Like they're not the traditional choices. We Were Stars. Thank you very much for the follows. And actually, guys, while I'm doing that, again, I really do appreciate all of the support for this. Just a quick word about the stream. So I do have a few keys that have been given for promotional purposes. One is Chimera Squad for XCOM, and then the other is Stellaris, the Federation's DLC. Bolt Upright, also thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate that. So it is worth remembering, some of you followed. I have every intention of doing some more Old World. We'll definitely continue on with the start that I had. I'm also going to do some more difficult ones and try some different approaches and whatnot, but I really wanted, especially so early on in the life of this game, to give people sort of a fighting chance of saying is like, hey, when you run into something you don't know or you don't understand, how do you how do you handle something like that? What do you do to go from, oh my God, what do the buttons do, to to getting a handle on some of the new ideas. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. Again, one last run with the link. The game will be available in early access May the 5th. It is currently only on Epic. I am an Epic affiliate, so if you do go to that link, or if you type System Chalk below the place order, it's that will send a bit of money to me. It is worth mentioning that I don't know if this is Mohawk or Epic that's done it, but there's actually a very generous revenue share going on. So again, I know I've said that quite a few times during the stream. Obviously, I'm not going to, nobody's going to use it if I don't know about it. Please don't consider it a requirement. I do strongly encourage you guys to consider buying this game if you're interested in it, because I want to see more games like this. And I definitely think that it's bringing a lot that's original to the 4X genre. I'm going to be playing a lot of this. But like I said, for those of you who are following me for Old World, I'll definitely be doing some more of it. But do keep in mind that my next official stream will be Monday, which is dedicated to Stellaris. So it's very likely that this game will be released before I get to play it again, which means you'll have many more options in terms of checking it out. Now, unfortunately, there's nobody else playing Old World, so I'm going to try another thing. And nobody's playing Off-World Trading Company either. That is a shame. Okay, guys. This is going to be a bit off the beaten track, but I don't actually have anybody who's... I don't have too many people who I know who are streaming right now, so I'm going to give a raid to... Elegy. Elegy is currently playing Persona 5. Again, this is just someone who The Eyes of Sin is a moderator for and has done some voice work and some emote work. I completely understand if it's not your thing. I'd love it if you guys would come along with the raid. It's always nice to pass on the good feelings to others. But if you're only here for some strategy games, unfortunately, I'm done for tonight. So thank you again for the follows. I'll be back with Stellaris Monday. If I don't do a stream over the weekend, I will do Old World as soon as I possibly can. But I hope between now and then, do check out the Mohawk Games Twitch channel on Tuesday. They're going to be doing a stream for release. And finally, for those of you that have pre-ordered, or for those of you who have bought Old World, I hope you have a wonderful time with it. I definitely hope you like it as much as I do, and I hope you make fewer mistakes than I do going into it. So anyways, guys, have a good night. I leave you in the capable hands of Elegy as soon as the raid button is done. No problem at all, gamers with jobs. Again, I have like 10 seconds before the thing releases me, but it was a pleasure to stream for all of you, and you've definitely made it worthwhile to stream Old World again. Have a great night. See you next time.